little screen here while you're doing that.
Ah, yeah. On the wings of love,
and above the clouds, way to fly
is on the wings of love.
That was like the wedding song forever.
Oh, that was I still remember my mom would play that shit, man.
Hey man,
and
the dude.
I was like, I always, even to this day, I still like Jeffrey Osborne. So that is
he's like late 70s or mid 70s, ain't he?
Now I'm curious. You got me wondering because I know he ain't no spring chicken.
Is he? I know it's got to be like somewhere close.
No, I'm like, let's see. Now you got me looking up Jeffrey Osborne. See how old he is, because I know. Let's see how old is. 72 years old.
Okay, so yeah, he's early.
Yeah, 72.
Early 70s.
So that's what it is. Well, Kanan, welcome back, man. Welcome to the channel.
Back at the humble abode, everyone. Spot.
Yeah. Well, did you enjoy your time at my spot though?
I did, man. It was cool to just kind of get away for a little bit. I mean, it's always different when you go out of state. It was just good to get out of my normal environment for a little bit. So I think that was also I was really away from the squad, the Saints. But yeah, it was cool. Yeah, they missed me, man. I missed them. It was cool, and but I had fun, man. We kicked it, man, and I got caught up on my Netflix series. So that was fun.
Oh Lord, you was wearing that. You was wearing out. You were wearing out the Prime. You was wearing out the Netflix.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So, but I mean, you got a lot of work done. So
we did. Yeah. We did. We put in that work, man. So that was fun.
So. All right. So I have nagged Mr. White into coming on this stream today.
Dun, dun, dun.
We got like 40 hours left on the Brand Way of the Gun campaign.
That's crazy.
And
so this pacing was definitely different on this one. As far as the speed of the campaign. I know that was by design for you, right?
Yeah. I get that everybody doesn't understand what I'm doing and all this kind of thing.
I get it, and it's actually a good idea too. But I don't know. Maybe explain to him. Maybe.
Well, there's just other things that have to be done this year, and so I don't want the campaign to just drag on. It takes a lot of time to run these campaigns, and there's I know based on last time about how long it's going to take you to draw these pages now, which is another reason why I had you start last year. And I kind of want to let this one, run out of active mode and go into store mode.
Gotcha.
And then, because I know we can, continue to raise funds while it's in demand.
Right.
That's why the campaign's not running as long, and I'm seeing people. It was so funny because people making videos and doing all this kind of stuff, and it's they don't get it. They think that what was it? The guy said, "Oh, I think this one's a failure because this and that." And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking at it. The campaign, I set the campaign for 24 days.
Mm-hmm.
It's over $12,000 now.
Yeah.
And it's, it'll run, for, a few more months while this is going on.
Gotcha.
I didn't even set it for a full 30 days.
Yeah. I noticed that.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to, and not to mention there's other factors, because I know there's things that I'm going to add to the campaign later on.
Right.
just like what I did with the Santana Baby thing and stuff like that. Like, put the Santana Baby cover up and made over about $14,000 additional when that happened. So that's it is what I'm just telling. It's what the man in Training Day said. It's chess, not checkers.
Yeah.
I'm just, I don't know. But continue making YouTube videos and saying things, and it's weird. Some of it's weird because I'm just not in a position where I'm just not used to people even giving a damn what I have to. You know what I'm saying? Because I've had people go, well, people know who you are. I was like, to me, I'm just a dude, man. I haven't done anything yet. Even though, we got the comic done and all this kind of shit, I'm still me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't feel any different. I'm not, and creating a comic book doesn't make me, I don't, I know I'm not famous. You know what I'm saying? I'm not famous or anything like that. And I mean,
you made waves, man, by doing it the way you did it the first time. I mean, you defied all the odds, man. You went against, everybody that, told you stop, and now you got the results in your house, just that due diligence, man. So I mean, you may consider yourself, a starter as far as being published, man, but that's why people care, because you inspire a lot of people who wanted to do campaigns and may have quit or may have said,
I've gotten a lot of those messages.
Yeah.
Too.
So
I've gotten a lot of those messages too, but I'm just a dude, and I don't know. I just want to tell these stories, but I do find it interesting when I see people like, hey, this person was, they were on YouTube and they were discussing your campaign, and why isn't it? And I'm like, I'm looking at where we're at, and I'm like, we're right where, you remember when you were here the other week, I was kind of telling you where I wanted to be at a certain place, and we were past, it's like, I know I wanted to get to a certain place where we could be able to, fund the journey a little further, and just get it, because I know once that happens, how I can market and stuff. I haven't even done it. I haven't even started really doing shit yet. I haven't turned any ads on, done anything. Yeah. That's why I was like, I'm laying in the cut right now. And then once we get to that place that I call, the lull where it drops and the sales aren't consistent, then I'm gonna start doing what I did last time and stuff. I haven't even done shit yet. I've barely done anything.
I mean, of course, the big factor, of course, is, this, like the way you're doing it is, it's allowing the other stuff to get done, as far as like, things from the first one, like, people getting the books and stuff. So that's when you're going to start to see a lot of, hike and increase, man, because people are getting the stuff so they can, start posting all that stuff. So like I said, I get what you're doing. And so it's like, people may not understand the methodology behind it, man, but it's like, just stick with it, man. It's
I'm saying I think we're gonna be very successful. The campaign, the page is performing better than I expected.
Yeah.
Just based on the amount of effort that has been done.
Yeah, dude, to do that just with what you've done.
I barely done anything.
I was looking at it, I was like, dude, we broke 12. I was like, okay.
And I've been on Ethan's channel like twice, and did like 2Gs. Just the first time I was on Ethan after we launched, we did 1,000 just like that. It was just boom 1,000, and it helps. But one thing I kind of wanted to see where the base is. I kind of wanted to see. I was like, okay. Because a lot of people was like, okay, well, the book will sell because you know, being on Ethan's channel is like steroids or something. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it really can. It's yeah. If you, but I wanted to see. I was like, okay.
What happens when you have an audience of 1,400 on average?
And that's the thing. So I was like, okay. Kind of wanted to see where it would be, just as a regular.
Yeah, just as a campaign.
Just kind of like I said, didn't run it. Didn't even set it for 30 days. I didn't even, like I said, when I launched it, it was like 24 days.
Right.
Boom. And then, so, I will do in demand and all this kind of thing. And I just don't want to do long, drawn out and stuff like that.
I feel you.
I'm like, but I don't know. People that
there's a strategy behind it. People don't know.
That's why I'm laughing, because I was like, oh my god. And even like I said, we didn't even run it a full 30 days, and it's over $12,000.
Yeah.
I'm okay failing like that.
But isn't real? It's like I said, knowing what we're doing, like, is it really a failure? You know what I mean?
It's the campaign's gonna run a longer time, and it's
right. That's what people don't understand. It's gonna be an in demand.
Oh God, I was laughing. So
I mean, you can only do, man. Like you can only make people understand for so long, man. But it's cool. Like, they may not get it, but we do, and it's gonna, people are gonna see, the results, and to see how awesome it turns out to be in the end. So that's what I'm excited about, man. Like, it's kind of gonna take, like you said, for what you've done, for what the little amount of time that you've done it. You see people that run campaigns for the full, like, 30 days.
You do it for 60 days and all this, and I'm like,
and then it goes in demand, man, and it's only at like maybe $2,000, so it's like, we've done, greater than, probably people expected, and I said, the book, once they get them in, it'll be, that'll definitely.
Well, speaking of which, I need to hire a sweatshop or some shit, because I was up last night. Well, I'll tell you something. Sitting there for all those hours, sitting there having to pack books and shit, and oh, dude. So like I'm sitting there and I'm packing all these damn boxes, and trying to just pack a few here and there, and and do the different things, and so I'm packing, and I set the I got the little printer and all this, and I didn't realize, so I print the label, and it fucked up. The label came out, and it was all like tiny. The lettering on the label was little small letters. So it printed the entire label out. It was real tiny. It was microscopic. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I could go. I had to go back in, and I had to reprint the label 3 times.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, because then I reprinted it again and reprinted the same crap. And then I went in, and I'm like, why the hell am I hearing this echo? I'm hearing the echo.
Well, I mean, I don't have my headphones on, so do you hear me through? Do you hear?
Well, see, you're not echoing, but when then I talk, and then maybe I don't know. Do you got me like on speakerphone or something? Well, now I'm not hearing the echo anymore. So hold on. I don't know. It was weird. That was like, okay, now I'm hearing the echo again. Okay, but no, it printed out the whole label, but it was like really tiny. Had the little barcode and everything with the tracking number and all. I was like, that's not what it's supposed to be. So then I had to go back in on my computer,
right,
and reconfigure it so that it would, because I said everything. I'm using what stamps.com and ShipStation.
Okay.
And so then I had to I set that shit up, and it was I printed one last time, and then all of a sudden everything printed the way it was supposed to. I said, okay, finally. Because they give me I bought the Dymo printer.
Now, yeah, I remember you had that there. Yeah.
And it came with a test roll, so that's what I was using. And then I bought like 8 rolls of regular printers, printer tape. So it was kind of interesting. So I was just like sitting there, but like I said, I got everything configured now, and I was sitting there printing and packing all this stuff. I was just listening to like different podcasts and music and stuff, just sitting there. I've like destroyed my kitchen. It's just got I kind of turned my kitchen into the pack room.
Mm-hmm.
So everything I'm sitting here and like doing that, it was kind of interesting. So I don't know. But
you know whose hand that is?
Yeah. Well, hello.
I don't try anymore. I just Thanks, babe.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Okay. Too much.
Something went wrong with the internet.
What went wrong? What happened? I don't see nobody freezing or nothing. What's going on?
So
good.
We just SOL. We ain't got no internet.
Oh, we got it. I don't know.
Something going on.
What you do, Antonio?
I don't know yet.
I'm blaming you.
Check, it might be back because I'm getting notifications through.
Are you running on the separate system? Because you're not freezing up on me or anything. So.
Well, I have my
He's better than us.
No, my internet. I have an Ethernet plug directly to my computer for those reasons, just so in case it went crazy. But sometimes the Wi-Fi man gets all stupid. So, like I'm saying, like my computer is hardwired. It's like directly to the router.
Right, you got a direct link in as opposed to running off Wi-Fi.
Right, but the Wi-Fi gets funky sometimes, man, and I really don't. It'll just cut out for some strange reason, but it doesn't affect when it's directly. So it's something with the router, man. I don't know. It's goofy. As long as like, I was hoping it didn't break with this. So far it seems like everything's fine. So, but yeah. So, little commercial break. Thanks everyone. You got to meet my wife. She's awesome.
Yeah,
she's my reason.
Again, I was very, very pleased that she allowed me to borrow you for those days that you were here eating up all my food.
Hey, I do. That gumbo man was fire.
Oh yeah, I pot of gumbo. I will agree. I thought it was gonna last longer than it did.
Oh man, you
can't
have my favorite 3 meats in one thing, man.
I made a big old pot, and within like a few hours, it was all but gone.
Yes, it was, and it was divine.
So, yeah, I was not expecting that. I was like, damn. Now, don't forget, Kanan, when you draw Dawn's stomach, you have to put the lucky tattoo on it.
Well, this is older Dawn, correct?
Yeah.
Since you boycotted my tattoo,
it's not boycotted yet, but as we get a little later in the game,
I've had to adjust because of that. Until he shot down my idea, so I just accepted it for a while.
The lucky tattoo never grew on me. So.
Yeah, I was trying my artistic, using artistic,
and it's there. It is definitely there. Didn't want to do that.
Thank you for allowing me to create, bring something to the table.
Oh yeah, but I am definitely digging this. So I kind of had. Here's the thing. So this piece you're doing,
Mm-hmm.
what I wanted here's my thought process on it.
Okay.
I've had, a lot of people asking, about purchasing book one and doing all this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. It's hard to sell those books because you don't know what's going to come back, what's going to be damaged, all this kind of stuff.
Right.
And it's I didn't want to be like, yeah, let me sell 200 copies of book one or whatever, because I have to replace and I won't have those. So here's what I decided to do. I want to do, since we have the interiors,
right?
I just want to do a second printing.
Okay.
And and then
live stream.
How much longer you gonna be on
there? But
probably a couple hours.
Are we in trouble? Is everything cool? I don't know. Is Mr. White being drawn away?
It's not probably supposed to do other stuff. I don't know what happened.
It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I need to do here. It shouldn't affect. It might affect me actually. I might drop out real quick because I think I have to
reboot.
Yeah, dude, it's. Like I said, I'm good, but my Wi-Fi is like wonky, and I don't know why. So, it did that late last night, but then it fixed itself. So I don't know.
Let me know.
I don't know what is going on.
You say it's back up or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Can y'all close the door, please?
Yeah. Thanks. Boy, cause you're gonna have war in the house if you ain't got internet. I know how that go, man.
Yeah, they gonna the battle out like rumble.
And so yeah, but see, what I want to do is want to use this image here.
Okay.
To be the second printing cover.
Ah.
So yeah, I want to have this be the cover for the second printing.
All right.
And I have some ideas for what I want to do with it. But
nice.
And so yeah, I see let's see Mr. Boogie Bentley in the chat.
What's up, Boogie?
And Boogie.
It doesn't exist in partnership. Yes, it does, Boogie. It does exist. Always exists.
I have a vision for brand. And I think I can say that without, I'm not trying to be funny or anything. I do have a vision.
Yeah,
I have very strong opinions on this, on these characters and these stories. But yeah, I Kanan's one of the few people that I will listen to on certain things. But if it doesn't make sense for what the overall story is and all that kind of thing, then yeah, some things are going to get changed up and all that kind of thing. So
I'll lobby for an idea. Now, whether or not you'll go for it all the time is a different story. But I usually try to lobby for my artistic interpretation of why I did it, and then you'd be like, no, and I'm like, okay, never mind.
Well, sometimes I don't know. It's like, okay, it's like when you was talking about, you were mentioning the whole is pendants of familiar and all this. I was like,
you never actually said what he was, so I was like, okay, well,
I just needed you to, because here's the thing.
Asking me too, they'd be like, what is he? I was like, he's I'll just redirect question like, yes, what is he? And tell you. So let's settle. What would you classify him as?
I've said that. I've said
just for the people that didn't necessarily. I know.
Okay, he's okay. He is. I mean, Penance is a mask. He's forged from this living material called the Essence. He's basically he's supposed to be like a Palm Pilot AI. You know, that's what he is. He's not a shadow self or any of this other stuff. You know, it's like he is infused with David's memories.
Right.
But you know, Penance is a white mask, which signifies soul magic.
Right.
The red masks are physical magic.
Right.
Or you know, they and that's what Gaiman wears. Gaiman wears a red mask, so his abilities would be different than what Penance's abilities would be.
Right.
And then we have the black mask, which we haven't shown yet.
Right.
The black masks are shadow magic, so you know there'd be more tricksters. They'd be able to like cast illusions and stuff like that. But that's what it is. It was always that. I mean, it was that 20 years ago.
Right.
So yeah, it's not.
Other people didn't necessarily know what he was per se. So I mean, that's so for everybody. He is AI. Yeah, he's basically artificial. He's David's mobile computer in data information.
And you know, there's not a lot of there's only 30 of those masks. There's only 30 people that are hunters that have those masks. All the other hunters, all the other hunters don't have those masks.
Gotcha.
Those masks are only worn by the Chosen, who is the leadership council.
Right.
So that's what it is. I mean, and I just don't want to. I didn't want to go through the thing where you just over explaining everything. That's one thing I've noticed when I read some of these comic books. They have to go. And I love Chris Claremont. I remember I used to read the X-Men, and he got to this point. It became kind of repetitive, where he just started going, you know, I'm Wolverine. I have a healing factor. I'm the best there is at what I do, but what I do is how many times that I kept reading the same shit? I was like, all right, Chris. I've been reading this book for like 6 years now. I know what the deal is. Kind of
the classic storytelling, trope, man, where they be like, with my heat vision that allows me to see through walls, and I can do this. I'll be able to, they always had to describe to the audience.
Once Wolverine pops them claws out, it's money time. Then, man, I don't want to.
Now, when people don't care, it is like, okay, you're Wolverine. Do what you do.
Yeah, but hell, Wolverine ain't even Wolverine anymore. I don't even know if what they doing to Wolverine right now.
With the whole, arguably, actually, unlike the Krakoa story, it's different. I kind of like where the mutants are, in regard to basically becoming kind of their own, not just superheroes, but like society and stuff. And really kind of adopting Magneto's perspective as far as like, protect their own. But, as long as it doesn't get, I mean, it can go extreme, man, where it can start to get political, man, and they forget that they're telling the story to entertain people if they let it. And that's one of the good things about, even the older stories, like you mentioned, Chris Claremont and stuff. He was good about putting the stuff in there that mattered, but then it didn't get drowned. The entertainment value didn't drown in the point of view. You know what I mean? You can still like read and be like, oh, that's dope. That's Wolverine. And so they're kind of teetering in line, man, with what they're doing with Krakoa. And as long as it don't, but this is Marvel again, so I'm sure it's going to cross that line and do some crazy stuff. But yeah, I've heard rumors about, Wolverine and, what they're doing with them. And it's just like, it's not the comics I grew up on. Yeah, I know, man, stuff needs to be relevant and get better, man, but gone. Like, don't kill the concept, man, to try to make a point. You know what I mean? That makes sense. It's just sometimes it's too much. Just let people enjoy the books as well. That shouldn't get lost in a deep story. You know what I mean? So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. Well, for 3 cents. This is gonna be Safe Space and Snowflake, right?
Oh gosh. I'm like, man, I saw that. I was like, huh? Like,
I was really disappointed when I say, because you don't understand. That's one of the things when I started listening to the Diversity in Comics channel. He's talking about the New Warriors all the time. You know, it's one of his he loves Night Thrasher and all this kind of stuff. And that was one of the first things I was like, hey, I like Night Thrasher too. I love it. You know, and I have Night Thrasher's appearance. I have New Warriors #1, but I have their first appearance was in Thor something. I can't remember. I think it was a 2-part story. I know I have the first part of that 2-part story. But it's like Thor 400 and something. I can't remember.
Okay.
But I have the issue. They called them the Young Warriors. They weren't the
New Warriors. I remember the Young Warriors. Yeah. Yeah,
they called them the Young Warriors. And it was, I mean, I guess the only real first appearance in that, it was their first appearance as a team. But it was Night Thrasher's first appearance, period. Okay. Yeah, that was the first time he appeared in a comic. But they called them the Young Warriors, and then they when they launched New Warriors #1, and you know, it was, which I bought New Warriors #1, but like I said, I have the Thor issue where they first appeared.
Right.
Let me see. If Night Thrasher 90s skateboard is a superpower extreme corn nut? I don't know.
What about his? Yeah, he had a skate.
He had a skateboard, and it had he had a skateboard. It was bulletproof. The skateboard, it was made out of some kind of carbon fiber, poly, whatever. I guess because they just didn't want to say it's adamantium or vibranium or whatever. Because they needed to make sure that they said it was bulletproof. Right. He had what they call what are those cables that like you always see in spy movies where they wrap a garrosh or whatever with their
choker thingy.
Yeah, yeah. And that was made out of carbonadium or whatever. It was supposed to be some kind of carbonate. Because the only time I saw it is like whatever. I know Omega Red is, you know, that's what his.
Oh yeah, that knockoff kind of was not.
Yeah, it was like a knockoff of adamantium.
Right.
And it was like the polyester or whatever the hell.
I know you're talking about, yeah.
But yeah, jalapeno milk. The skateboard was bulletproof. Because he would have because that was the whole point. And I noticed when people would write New Warriors, some people thought no, it was not a hoverboard. It was just a skateboard. That's why he was a thrasher. He was just a skateboarder. And now that would have been cool as hell if the
I thought it did float though.
Did it? Because he had upgrades. Because I had he had an armor upgrade.
Like I thought it had like jet boosters and stuff on it.
Yeah, it did. I think it did. It did have that. Or wait a minute, are we talking about Rocket? There was a character called Rocket Racer that was a Spider-Man.
I think he became him actually.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I think Night Thrasher was originally that racer or whatever that dude was, and they modified him and made him Night Thrasher or something to that effect. I could be wrong, but I know, but he does have a board that it allows him to propel himself.
Because Rocket Racer had like it was so stupid. He had I would love to do a stream. As a matter of fact, I kind of want to do something like that with you. Well, we take a character. We take any character. There's a couple of characters from like the 70s and 80s. And I would like Kanan White's gonna redesign.
Oh, dude, that'd be hilarious. That'd be awesome.
And I think, because I saw Rocket Racer, and like I said, he was a black dude. He was poor, you know.
Was he a villain too?
No, he was. He tried not to be a villain.
Okay.
He was trying to. I don't know what happened to him but he came out in like the late 70s or something. Rocket Racer. You know, he had the afro because you could actually buy his first appearance on eBay, but he had an afro, but he had the goggles. That's the thing when they designed these black characters. He had the afro, And then like in the late 80s and early 90s, he got a small update, but his costume was red and yellow. It was real loud ass colors.
Yeah.
And like I said, part of his hustle was, you know, he's supposed to be like an off-brand Peter Parker, I guess.
Yeah.
He had Peter Parker's kind of ingenuity and hustle, but he just didn't have. Well, hell, Peter was broke. No, Peter was broke. Peter didn't have a lot of money.
Peter's still broke.
Yeah. And so he was like, I don't have any money, but I want to fight crime. So I'm gonna make you know, he created this little radio transistor thing where he could like listen to police radio. So, you know, if you see him, he's got like these kind of earphone things. He's got these glasses and earphones, and the earphones like allow him, they like transmit radio, so he can monitor like the police radio, and it also allows him to control his skateboard.
Okay.
It had these two little tiny powerful rockets on them.
Okay.
And so he became Rocket Racer. So that was his thing. He was like, yeah, I can control this radio. And I was like, okay, if you're able, I mean, this is where you kind of have to suspend disbelief.
Yeah.
They could make Rocket Racer now, because I saw him like riding on the skateboard and it looked kind of cheesy with the two tiny little rockets.
Yeah.
I thought that was corny. And now it would just have to be straight hoverboard or something. It would have to be completely, you know, the design would have to be sleeker, because it was kind of corny. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna put two little jetpack boosters on the back of this rocket, you know, on the back of the skateboard and everything.
Right.
So that's why I'm wondering, because I don't remember any stories where Night Thrasher had the rocket board or whatever. But
yeah, I don't know if it's because he was able to. I'm sure he wasn't just skating in midair while everybody else was flying.
Oh, well, normally it was like Namorita or something. I know there was a bunch of times where like either Nova or Namorita, they would have to like give him a lift. He couldn't, you know. I was like, was he exposed to experimental internet gas? I don't think
no. His screen time isn't everlasting. He doesn't have internet gas issues.
Oh Lord. But no, like I said, I thought the character of Rocket Racer could be salvaged. I had an idea. And, it was. Now, I actually told Richard this. We were talking about New Warriors and stuff. But I had this idea where I wanted to take all the kind of thrown away black characters that Marvel had. I wanted to do this team, and I called it Ops. That's what I just called it Ops. It was gonna be like a Shield thing, and it was gonna be the black version of Nick Fury, although the white version is back now. I think they brought it back.
Well, I thought he was like on the planet or something.
Yeah, he had took over for like the Watcher or something, but they brought him. I don't know. Anyway, I was like, is he white again? That's funny. It's like, is Nick Fury? Somebody had a hat. You know, it's like, you know, but yeah, but it was gonna be Nick Fury, Nick Fury, James Rhodes, Night Thrasher,
right?
It was gonna be let's see. Oh, Rage. I definitely wanted Rage. And then
you gotta have the Blue Marvel.
Well, he didn't exist when I came up with this idea.
Oh, okay.
He didn't. This I had this idea years ago. Blue Marvel didn't even exist then. There's a lot of it. What's that guy's name? He's but Blue Marvel and I really wasn't that big of a fan of like a Misty Knight or something, but I could see Misty Knight being on this team. But still, it was gonna be a team of all the Black Marvel heroes. But like I said, Night Thrasher, not T'Challa and stuff, because it's just he's the king. Why the hell would he be on this team with these idiots? I understand why he's on the Avengers, because they handle like global. But this would have been, like I said, it would have been Nick Fury. it would have been War Machine. It would have been Night Thrasher, Rage, and then Cloak and Dagger. So you gotta have White Girl on the team, and then I was gonna have Rocket Racer be he was gonna be part of this team, and I kind of had this idea where Dwayne Turner, Night Thrasher. Oh yeah, Luke Cage, definitely Luke Cage for sure. I wanted Luke Cage on the team too, but since Rage has the super strength too, I didn't know how that would play. But I was these are teams. I was a big Power Man and Iron Fist. You could even throw,
Marvel in there. He'd be like Superman. That's a character because he's so powerful.
But I wanted,
like the Century.
But it was supposed to be, these, like Dwayne Turner partnering with Nick Fury to create this team, and they were gonna tackle different issues or whatever.
Okay.
Oh, Voodoo would be dope. Yeah, I love Brother Voodoo.
Yes.
I had Blade. That was one of those. I'm glad you said that. Made me think Blade was one of them.
Okay.
It was gonna be, like I said, it was the whole thing was gonna be. It was going to be all these kind of like thrown away black heroes and stuff. And then kind of tell these like almost kind of like what X-Force did when they went R-rated and stuff, when they did those when they had those where they were basically a mutant hit squad.
Well, Black Ops,
yeah, it was gonna be like that. That's why I was like, I call it Ops, and they were gonna go out there, and they were gonna be doing these missions and stuff. It was I had
man with the. It failed miserably though, but they tried to do that with Luke Cage, and he had, what was the name of the crew? The Crew.
Yeah,
I was like, come on, guys. it was so cliche, dude. It was ridiculous. Like Misty Knight was on there, and the original, what's her name now? Not Monica Rambeau was on there.
Yeah. What do they call her now? They don't call her Captain Marvel anymore.
Like something Starlight or Polar, something Polar something.
It's something about. I have to look her now. I got to look that up because it's something about the Spectrum or whatever the hell. But let me see. Monica Rambeau. There it is. I'm looking it up. What do they call her now? Let me see.
I like her better than Miss Marvel or Captain Marvel.
Okay, so she has also been known as Photon, Pulsar, and Spectrum. Okay,
so they
can't. Once they start switching the names up. Cashbox 85, you said Bishop. I didn't include Bishop because he was part of the X-Men team and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I didn't want like Storm and because those characters, even if they're they're part of the X-Men, so it's like I didn't want to throw them in there, but obviously love Bishop.
You'd be aggressive enough for a team like that. You would definitely fit though.
Would you be? Oh, he would definitely. Because he was he was an officer and the whole thing, and I don't know, but like I didn't have any mutants in there. It was all people like I said, War Machine, and it was all that kind of thing. So
that sounds like a dope team.
And I was hoping, I was like, okay, so you could have these characters kind of all do their thing and kind of have some fun with it. But that's why, like I said, that's why we don't have Black Panther and some of these. But I knew the main core. I wanted Cloak and Dagger because I love Cloak and Dagger.
You and me both, man. I always thought they didn't do enough with them.
Well,
they tried. And
then I saw some latter issue where they they've been canceled like 4 or 5 times.
They don't know what to do with them.
They don't know what to do with them. And then then they said, oh well, Dagger's a mutant. And I was like, if she's a mutant, isn't Cloak a mutant too? Yeah. And so they put Dagger on the X-Men or something. They had her in the X books for a little while. I remember she was like, they said, oh, she had like latent mutant abilities or whatever. And they had her as part of she was in one of the X books for a little while. And I was like, okay, you guys have marketed it. It's clearly Cloak and Dagger. So if you have Dagger and you don't have Cloak, it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
To me. And then so
doing a little Misty Knight Dagger kind of tie-in or team up too for a while. But they were going like Black Ops, like secret spy missions and stuff.
But they, like I said, I get where the writers like, okay, we've always tried to maybe Cloak and Dagger doesn't work as a concept. So let's take Dagger with her, she's more. And I mean, here's the thing that, and I've seen other writers talk about this where they feel like the black superhero isn't as marketable.
Yeah.
So you take Dagger and she's got a great outfit and all this kind of stuff. And if you can get her successfully away from Cloak, you could possibly market her as a solo act and make her, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he was like, okay. But it looked weird to me when they had her. They were trying to say she was on her own.
But you know what was crazy though is the fact that, and I like it to some of the music groups. When she was by herself, I honestly didn't know who she was.
It doesn't make sense.
You know what I'm saying? It was like when I saw her. Like I said, when they did that Misty Knight team up thing with her, I was like, "Oh, that's Dagger." But when she's with Cloak, you're like, "Oh, that's Cloak and Dagger." So
I love Cloak and Dagger, and I don't know. I tried to watch some of that TV show. It just didn't seem to make it. I don't know.
It was okay. I mean,
yeah,
right, but I mean, they teen fight it, so it was just kind of like it wasn't as gritty as I think their story really is.
And also the big thing is with characters like Cloak and Dagger, their origin is directly linked to each other. They were both like street kids. They both got grabbed up by these people that were doing these secret experiments and injected with these. That was the whole point of that. What happened to them happened together.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Like the show didn't cover that. They kind of made it like they're all in their kind of separate scenario. Like their powers just kind of kicked in.
Yeah, and
it really showed the connection between them both going to the same, experimental facility. It didn't really show that.
Now, like I said, I have the first appearance where they were trying to, Spider-Man stopped them. They were trying to get revenge on, but they got swept up in some kind of. They were both like street kids.
Mm-hmm.
They got swept up, and these people were like, "Hey, we'll give you money if you let us run this test or whatever." And it was a scam. It was a scam. And basically, he was like, "Hey, And then they gave him these experimental drugs. And she ended up getting those light powers, and he became like a
living void.
Yeah, living void.
Yeah.
So you can't take him away from her or her away from him, because his character doesn't work, because he's kind of a dark character and his character doesn't seem to work without. And I mean, they've put like incredible writers on Cloak and Dagger, and it just doesn't seem to resonate with people for whatever reason.
I mean, I think honestly, man, I think it resonated better in the 80s than it does now. And because I mean they were kind of like DC's, and not saying that they're the same type of character, but I think it's the same type of kind of obscure vibe that you see when you see DC's version, like Sandman. It fits within the world of It's not. I mean, it's in the world of DC, but it's kind of its own thing. And I think, man, like Cloak and Dagger were they were so they almost kind of like teetered the line of like the paranormal, rather than just like your average heroes. And I think you have to kind of be careful how you write them, otherwise I think you lose the character. Like I'm saying, like and I think people are just kind of having issues writing for them because they don't know what story to tell. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do I tell, about, because are they crime fighters? Yeah, but see, they don't really have a rogue gallery. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, that whole thing. It's always kind of got into a space where you see some of the problems that. Remember when the Punisher was just like super hot and they were putting him in everything, and then they ran out of ideas and it became very stagnant. And then you started looking at the Punisher and he only had like 3 villains. Everything else, just like Daredevil, they was like, okay, well, Kingpin, and everybody forgets Kingpin was a Spider-Man villain.
Yep, first.
That's where he came from. Kingpin was a Spider-Man villain.
He was Daredevil's second.
But he's only considered, now when people talk about Daredevil, they go, it's the Kingpin. That's clearly Frank Miller. I mean, that's because of Frank Miller's run has put such a indelible stamp on that character that the Kingpin will be linked. A lot of people consider the Kingpin a Daredevil villain.
But he's not.
He's a Spider-Man villain. He had a cane. He had a cane with the jewel on it, and it shot a laser beam out. And so, that kind of thing. But it was, the Spider-Man.
They need to create They need to create a villain for Cloak and Dagger that's kind of on their level, like their nemesis. And I don't think they have that. Like sometimes it's almost like the same issues that Supergirl has. Her villains are Superman. She doesn't have any.
Especially on the TV show. That's why I gave up on it. I was like, they're just doing Superman. So why not just give Superman a show? But now I saw that the guy that plays Superman is actually going to get his own television show.
It's like Lois and Clark all over again, but not. But
kind of. Well, and you see that on Batwoman. There's like, okay, let's just do all the Batman villains. So I was like, and that happened on Gotham.
Yep,
it happened on Gotham. The Gotham was supposed to be about James Gordon.
Yeah.
And then it turned into a Batman story, but we don't have Batman.
Right.
So it got weird. I was like, we don't have Batman, and now all of a sudden we've got Mr. Freeze, the Riddler, the Penguin,
everybody but him.
Yeah, Poison Ivy. They had Poison Ivy as the same age as Bruce Wayne, and then they go, "Oh, we need her to grow up." Matter of fact, they cast at least 3 different actresses as the Green Ivy, the Poison Ivy character. There were at least 2 different girls, young girls, and then they go, okay, we need to have her go through a growth spurt.
Honestly, man, if they were going to actually do Gotham, man, they should have never introduced Batman's Rogue Gallery like that, because they gave too much time to people that, okay, you're like, okay, here's the Joker. Now, when's Batman going to come in and Batman's 12? So it's like,
and that was a big problem. That was a big problem with Gotham.
Dude, it really did.
They started, okay, you need to have a clear, defined story path when you start these things. It's just like when I'm looking at Brand, I know the beginning, the middle, and the end. I know where I want to end.
Yeah.
I know I want to end up in Vegas.
Yeah.
And and have this final battle and do the thing. So
they didn't have that, man. I think they were just
they started.
Yeah, it did, but it's almost like it ended up like week to week. Okay, what are we gonna do this time?
Well, here's a problem with Gotham, and the producers talked about it as well. Like that first season, they were getting really good ratings.
Yeah.
So then in the second season, the ratings started to drop.
Yeah, I know.
So then they started going, uh-oh.
Right.
So we need to Okay, we need whatever was working. We need to correct that, or it's like need to go back and you start going. Okay, do we want to talk about Bruce Wayne that's like 13 years old? And I'm like, here, that's my thing. Yeah. If you're gonna do Gotham, or you should have. Okay, so if you're gonna have a young Bruce Wayne, you got to figure that out because, like I said, they set it up where it was James Gordon. And he was supposed to. It was kind of. They also said they were kind of wanting to do like the Long Halloween story.
Yeah, I could kind of see how I was trying to go that direction, but
and then they went off. So if it's gonna be about James Gordon, you got to cut all that supernatural shit out, all the mega villains and all that. You got to cut all that shit out. You got to make it just about him being a cop. And you can tease those things. But you can't really, you know what I'm saying? You can't really hit home like that.
Narrative,
But you don't know if the audience is going to stick around for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's why they should have. I think they should have approached. They should have approached Gotham like the Untouchables.
They should have maybe even had it in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Like because they said, James Gordon was like, at one point he was like, I'm in the Chicago PD, and then I transferred to Gotham or whatever.
Yeah.
So maybe they should have had James Gordon on the streets of Chicago, and then maybe that last season he goes to Gotham, and then it's going off the air at that point.
Yeah, I mean that actually would have been
no Scarecrow, no Mr. Freeze, no Bane, none of these villains.
Because I mean they could, like I said, they should have approached it from the angle like the Untouchables, where it was like basically almost like a noir mobster show. Because I mean it and just talking about the Falcones and the and like all those guys.
Black Mask, I can give you can do Black Mask and some of that stuff. And there's nothing wrong with showing I thought they started off right with the Penguin, as a young, kind of, mob influencer or whatever, he's working for Falcone.
Right.
He's worked for Fish Mooney and all that, I thought they started, but then they started doing all that weird stuff where the Riddler is in a gay love triangle with the Penguin. I was like, when they did that, and I laughed. I had to laugh at that actor. I can't remember that guy's name, but the actors that played the Riddler and the actor that played the Penguin, they're both openly gay.
Yeah.
So I saw the Penguin guy. He was at a con and someone asked him a question about why they made the character gay, where the Penguin's never been portrayed as gay. And then he immediately flipped out and said that the people were homophobic because they're simply asking the question. Because I think that's a legitimate question. This character's got like 60, 70 years of history, and he's always been portrayed as this kind of lovable loser, Oswald Cobblepot, he's not a good looking guy. Yeah. He's not a guy that ladies are clamoring to get with and everything, but he's got power.
Yeah. Yep.
And he makes things happen.
Yeah.
And so that's the way you play him. So now all of a sudden, I want to have sex with the Riddler. It was weird.
Well, again, the root behind a lot of that too, man, is they're trying to be politically correct, and it came off forced, and I think they pulled characters kind of out of context, man, so it made it hard to follow.
Like that whole show was weird. Like when they did the Solomon Grundy thing, and I was just I was like, I was like, you're introducing these characters like decades before Bruce Wayne even encounters these people and stuff. And I was like, so it's strange now. So I was like, okay, Bruce Wayne's like 13.
Yes.
He's not gonna meet the Riddler and all these people for at least like maybe another 12, 13 years or whatever.
What they should have done is told Batman Year One. No, that would have been believable, because you can start it
from there, yeah. He
wouldn't be fully Batman, so you can still do kind of a slight origin thing, but it's his first time out.
You bring him back, he's like 19 years old or whatever. He's been gone for a few years or whatever. Well, actually, I know it was doing. I'm trying to remember Batman Year One. He was like 24, 25 when he had been gone for a few years. I remember he had disappeared.
Right.
And that's when he was training or whatever.
They could have done it the way that they kind of eventually ended up doing it, I think in season 5 of Gotham or whatever, however long seasons it went, where, he had the like stealth jacket and, jeans, and
it
like,
got weird at the end though. The whole thing, because when they started they did the Ra's al Ghul thing, and that was clearly, and then they were like, okay. And the woman that Jim Gordon was married to, and then she's psychotic, and the whole
I didn't get that one.
The whole thing was strange, man.
Like, what happened? I was like, who is this chick?
I remember, she killed her parents, and the whole thing was weird, man. I didn't, she went crazy. She went full retard. And
it wasn't even like canon, man. That was just like somebody's interpretation. I was like, that's not Gordon.
And her name was Barbara, just like his daughter. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. I was like, that's not his wife.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It was just, it was goofy. And I could tell, man, that they were pulling for straws.
Yeah, they lost their way.
Yeah.
They lost their way. And
person is, personally, is the girl that played Catwoman, man. Like, she was weird looking, and it was kind of odd. And just, I don't know. It didn't, it was like the chemistry was, I don't know, man. It just, like I said, I stopped watching Gotham, I think, after season 2.
I made it to like season 4, but it was bad. Season 4 was bad. Season 4 is like, sitting down with the uncle you trusted and getting molested. Bad. It was that kind of that bad. It was not good.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. And it wasn't. I didn't like what they were doing.
Yeah.
The story choices, I was like, they clearly lost. Like I said, when they started like when I saw that Bane, like that last season or so, when they introduced the dude that was Bane, and I saw that costume, I was like, oh man, they've lost their way.
Yeah,
really, because they had him like it was like a robot suit or something. I didn't know what the hell that was. I was like, okay, that's supposed to be Bane, and he's in like a robot suit.
Honestly, man, like maybe Dark Knight Rises, but not many have portrayed Bane correctly except for the animated shows.
I've argued with people. I love Dark Knight Rises. I thought
that was good. I mean, I think
Hardy is
he brought his flow to what Bane or who Bane is, but that's not Bane. You know what I mean? Like he's, the way that they do him on the cartoon and the animated movies, like the whole, like the Batman versus stuff, is like perfect. And I don't know, like, man, I don't know why there's such a disconnect between what you see in the animated DCU and the live action, dude. It's like the writers, I know they're different, man, but it's like, dude, like, let the people that do the animated shows, let them write the movies, let them write the TV shows, because they obviously know what they're doing.
Right.
The shows have been amazing, the animated series, but the live actions, with the exception of some of the WB stuff, has been horrible.
Big facts.
I'm like, dang, man, like, what are y'all doing? And so, I think they've, it's like people have kind of lost faith in what DC can do in regards to movies, man. And so, although, you got Joker, which was really good, and you had Aquaman, which I actually liked, and then I know this Wonder Woman is going to be really good as well. But
I'm curious about that.
Wonder Woman.
I thought Wonder Woman, the first one, I thought was good. And so I'm hoping
the second one isn't overshadowed by 80s stuff. I think we'll be fine. Like,
I'm curious about, because from what I'm seeing now, you know, they got Steve Trevor's back, and I'm like, how the hell Steve Trevor be alive in the 80s when all that? So are they doing a time thing? Are they doing magic? Because
what I heard, it's actually him. It's not like a clone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Originally, I had heard that she was having like a illusion, a hallucination, or something.
Oh, he's not really there.
And then they said no. They came out and said no, it's not an illusion. He's really there. So I'm like, okay, anybody saw the first movie?
Yeah,
they know. Yeah, so
unless he somehow got pulled out or teleported by Dr. Fate or other than that, man, it's like he should not be alive.
Not only that, but then you take a character like Maxwell Lord, who is so clearly defined, and then they go, oh, well, he's going to be different. They did Maxwell Lord on Supergirl, and they destroyed him. It was so bad.
Yeah.
Maxwell Lord on Supergirl was awful.
Like, I didn't know that was Maxwell Lord in the trailer until they said something. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it was
he looks like a used car salesman.
Yeah. But did you see Maxwell Lord on Supergirl?
No. I ain't watched Supergirl since like season 3.
It was so bad, dude.
Yeah,
I was like,
after the sister story, like I was done.
You know when they found you talking about where her sister decided that her sister was trying to tell everybody that she was gay or something. Or...
Yeah. No, not. And I told you, if you're going to tell a coming out story, that was probably one of the best ones I've seen. It was done well. And I was like, that's actually like, wow, like it was good. But then it started to dominate every episode.
Yeah, it was weird.
And okay, yeah, I get it. But that's not why I'm watching Supergirl. I want to see Supergirl. I want to.
And they put Maggie Sawyer in there, who was a character that I knew from the Superman animated. She was also part of the comic book, but that was the whole point was that she, matter of fact, I think they even did like a series where they had like Metropolis Special Crimes or something where they were focused. She was one of the main characters in that. It didn't last long. Okay. They were they did the same thing with Gotham, and they had Renee Montoya.
Mm-hmm.
And they had, like Gotham PD or something.
Actually, that's what I thought Gotham was going to be based off of, was that story arc. But I don't think it was. I think they got lost in translation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But here's the thing. It's like, okay, you either need to, if you're going to do a cop show, it needs to be gritty. And I thought they could have, man, I'm telling you, I would have done Gotham like NYPD Blue or some shit.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
it would have been dope.
Or like Law and Order, the first one.
Yeah, that's how I done it.
And they could have told. I was just sitting there thinking. I was like, they could have told the No Man's Land story arc, which would have been awesome. Kind of how things were kind of collapsing in the city, and what I'm saying, they had to lock down Gotham and like all that stuff. That would have been amazing, because then you would have known that, okay, yeah, there's Batman, and he's in the area, man, but our focus is how Gotham PD is handling the situation, how they're dealing with what's going on. And that, I think that would have been awesome, man. Like, that would have been almost like New York Undercover, man. You remember that TV show?
They're actually bringing New York Undercover back, though. But I gotta be honest, I'm not as excited to watch it now that Malik Yoba went through his little thing with they're bringing it back. It's supposed to be like him, as I guess he's gonna be the leader of a new young team. But is Malik gonna be trans in this? Is he?
I hope not.
I don't know. I'm just saying. That's just seemed a little weird. So I don't know. It seemed like they lost their way a little bit there. And,
check the chat, man. Our personal chat.
Oh, hold on. Let me see what's going on. Let me see. Oh wow. Oh, the vid. But oh, let me look. Okay, so we got. Okay, the video's been removed. Bam. Da da da. Okay, well we're still drawing. So
Yeah, it's like that's why did he do that, man? That happened.
Let's see. And let me make sure I didn't get a strike. And
Is it because we? No, dude. People talk.
no, people are because of what's going on. People are abusing YouTube, and they're abusing YouTube. And actually, I kind of want to start. Matter of fact, let me look because I think they've taken the stream down. So let me.
Yeah, they did. That's what.
I'm saying that not just, yeah. I mean, it's completely removed. Yeah. So, boom, and
start another one.
Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah. Let me start another one. Someone flagged the video because that's what happened. I was on the other night and somebody just flagged the video and they just take it down, and they don't even have to have any proof or anything.
Wow, dude.
So
that's dumb.
Let me see. I might have to. So I'll have to end this one.
Okay.
And get back. Let me set, and I'll send you another link. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see what's going on. Cause yeah. Oh yeah, it's gone now. I mean, it's gone. It's completely deleted from my thing. But yeah. That sucks. But yeah. Keep drawing. Let me. Okay. So let me end this one, and I will start up another one.
Right on.
All right. And then, yeah, but okay, so yeah, I got a notification from YouTube. Someone flagged the video, just like the other night when I was on. We were doing Sexy Party, and somebody just flagged the video. So
just for no reason, just
yeah, they just flag them. I mean, because I didn't violate YouTube's terms of service because, like, I've been doing Sexy Party since 2018,
right?
Know? And the show's clearly marked as adult content, all that kind of stuff. But
not to mention half the other stuff you hear on YouTube, surely.
Yeah.
Like our stuff is definitely tamed compared to a lot of the other stuff, but it's crazy. Anyway.
But right now, the way everything is with YouTube, you can just flag a video and it doesn't have to have any proof or anything.
Okay.
And they just they just automatically because they've got notices on all the boards that just saying that they're just gonna remove the videos right off the gate, and
without any type of dispute, just gone.
Yeah. Somebody's like, oh well, somebody flagged it. Oh, there you go. And
annoying, dude. They can just do that type of stuff.
Well,
welcome to streams, man.
I gotta. That's unfortunate. I've noticed over the last 2 years, I've encountered a few people that I would consider disturbed. Or they didn't start out that way, but they kind of have that Eric Roberts Star 80 type vibe. I don't know if you remember that movie.
No.
Where the obsessed guy, can't.
Let it go.
Yeah, it's just and I don't know. It got weird because I'm like, obviously we're not doing anything.
Right.
We're not doing anything controversial here. You just drawing.
Right. Exactly. And I was like, that's how man. Like I said, it was.
No, I mean, I got an email from YouTube. Someone flagged the video.
Yeah.
Someone flagged it. Just like the other day I was streaming. Someone's coming, whenever I go live or whatever, and they're just flagging my streams, and it doesn't. I'll be glad when YouTube kind of gets back to normal, where that kind of stuff doesn't happen. But yeah, it's kind of sad though. It is sad that all is just like, hey, let me flag this video, and they just like automatic and take it down
and don't like question anything. Just nope, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, that's. I mean, but you know, there's a couple of people that got too much time on their hands, and I mean that's what happened when we were on with Raging Golden Eagle the other night.
Yeah,
you know,
thinking about it, I was like, really?
Yeah, because he was like, maybe it was that cover with the pregnant girl, and I was like, no, dude, I've shown that on channels, you know, multiple times and stuff.
Yeah,
that's I just I don't know, it was just sad. I don't know. It's sad, but like I said, I know. You know, obviously, I've encountered people, you know, over the last 2 years that you know, some used to like me and then they don't like, you know, that kind of thing. So it's kind of weird. I remember when my channel, you remember the very first time my channel got flagged and, you know, I lost all those videos and everything.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, God, the whole thing is.
That was a lot of interviews too, man. I was like, dang.
Well, I'm glad I've been able to get you know, there's some memories on that. I could probably pull some of that stuff back. You know, the very first time that you appeared on the channel.
Oh, really? Yes.
I lost that one. That one, you know, it was over 300 videos they got lost.
Wow.
So, are we off again? I think we're off again. Oh, yeah. I think someone, I think they flagged us again. Yeah, hold on. Let me see what's going on.
This video is unavailable.
Let me see. Yeah, I think they're just yeah. I think yeah, we're out of business again.
Dude.
Yeah, that was quick.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that was quick. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, man.
Well, okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, hell, I don't want to end the stream again. Because it's still live on Periscope and Twitch and Facebook.
Okay.
So, oh well. It's very frustrating though, but
I'm like, what is the deal?
It's someone that has an issue with me, and they're flagging my videos. You know, they know it's kind of a chicken shit thing to do, but they're doing it. So, I mean, this is what it is.
Wow.
I wish YouTube would fix this because it's very frustrating as a creator.
It's like that. It's like you're that small-minded that you would just like that's what you would consume your time with. Is just like flagging people's stuff, you know, just like cause of out of spite. That's so flaggedy, bro.
Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me look. Let me see if this one, because this one it might still be up, but let me see. I'm in my control panel trying because the other one's been removed.
Right.
And so let me see.
Oh, no, it says it's been removed. I just got the notice on YouTube.
The new one is down because that's why I was like, okay, let me. Yeah, we removed the video. Yeah, I just saw it. Okay, yeah, so it was only up for 4 minutes. So anything I do now is gonna automatically be flagged
today.
That's but we're still live on Periscope, so. Let me see. Matter of fact, I'm gonna retweet the Periscope link. And we can let me see. Here it is, the Periscope. Let me see. I'm going to okay. I'm gonna retweet like Kanan and I. Let me see. Video. Like, so video got flagged. Got flagged. But let's see. Cat and I are still streaming. Boom. And I'm just tweeting it like that. So
Gotcha.
But yeah, I don't know. It, like I said, there's a lot of weirdos out there, man, and it's unfortunate that they go, oh well, let me flag. So yeah, they made sure. I mean, obviously they're watching, right? You know, it's so they wait for you to go live, and
like
yeah,
that's so petty, bro.
I was like, I don't know, it's the whole thing.
It's pettiness, man.
I don't know the whole thing. I don't know. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. But.
I mean, I know. It's like.
Yeah,
so everybody like waiting in the wings for you to relaunch the stream and like, okay, as soon as they come back.
I mean, yeah, you can. So they can't stop my Periscope stream. They can't stop me on Facebook.
Right.
It's so I don't know. People, you know, if they have the twatter, they can just do that because people are watching us on Periscope. So.
Welcome Periscope viewers.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's unfortunate because I know if I go live again, just jackass is waiting to flag the video again. So
I almost wanted to see you try it just to do it and see if people, because then you're like being targeted. Like,
well, I mean,
bro, that'd be hilarious.
I'm getting notifications from YouTube that the videos are being flagged. So someone is flagging the video. Just like when, like I said, I did Sexy Party the other night and I got flagged. So someone is like, hey, let me just flag. But they're just flagging any video. They're not flagging anything relevant. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, he's showing, videos that are violating YouTube terms of service.
Right.
They're just flagging stuff to flag it.
Right. Just because.
Yeah, just because. And
wow.
That's weird to me. I don't know. I could the good thing about StreamYards, especially StreamYards Pro, is that you can actually download the video.
Oh, right on.
And so I could download the stream. Like I can take both parts of this stream.
Mm-hmm. Make a full video.
And and just put it together and then upload it as full bitch. So I think I might do that when this is done, because YouTube's got to fix that though. YouTube has definitely got to fix that because they're clearly getting abused. When we were on with Rage Golden Eagle, that was someone clearly abused the system and flagged that video. And I'm seeing other YouTubers saying that they're getting their videos just flagged for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
There's no recourse because I'm getting a notification from YouTube saying, hey, if you want to appeal it, you can appeal it. But I'm like, YouTube, you shut my video down. So what am I appealing?
Yeah.
Like they deleted the video. So even if I was like, hey, I was like,
the content is gone.
Yeah, the content's gone. So I'm like, that's weird. But like I said, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this video and the one that we did before, and I'm just going to combine them and make a big stream.
Gotcha.
I can do that because the video that, like I said, StreamYard records the video for like 7 days. So
Okay.
it's like I say, it's unfortunate though. I just
To think, man, that they were actually waiting. They're waiting for you to get back online on live stream,
Yeah.
just to be like, eh.
And I mean, it's I have to question because, you know, since I have a stalker, I have to question
if it's them.
Yeah, I have to, you know, since you're allowing me to live rent free in your head, and you're just, you know, but there are a couple of twisted individuals that I have encountered, you know.
Wow.
You know, and they, you know, I don't know, they're disturbed, very disturbed, but it is what it is, man. I don't know.
Keep rolling, man. We keep rolling.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And I don't know. It's very sad. But I don't know. Anyway, I'm enjoying this beautiful drawing that you're doing, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good subject matter.
Yeah, I like it. A young married couple, just posing for I don't know.
Almost forgot it.
And I like the photo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This is turning out quite nicely. It's beyond my wildest dreams.
I'm glad you approve, sir. I'm glad you approve. I almost forgot the ring, man. I gotta remember that. I just gotta remember to put the ring on.
Yeah.
The not just the wedding ring, but David's ring. I gotta remember to put his ring on.
Yeah. Oh, you are the man.
I try, sir. I try.
I thought you were putting a Batman symbol on her.
No, the shading under her.
Of her boob, the under boob.
Yeah, I gotta turn that symmetry off. Sometimes, man, it works, but then it works too well, and sometimes it's not realistic when it's making everything uniform.
I was like, can you make one boob is?
Oh, Antonio, I would not.
I was like, one boob would be like just a little smaller than the other boob. That would be awesome.
That's creepy. Yeah. I mean, it'd be realistic for some people, but
yeah,
we want to make Dawn balanced.
Yeah. Yes, we do. We do want to make Dawn balanced. I'm like, I don't know, man. Inappropriate. Oh yeah, rejected. Inappropriate content. I'm looking on my thing. You know
They are.
Yeah, this is inappropriate content. And you just drawing, so I'm laughing my ass off. I'm looking at her.
No, I mean she's clothed. Hopefully, they didn't think she was naked.
No, you don't have to have. Here's the thing. I can go to someone's channel right now, and they're streaming.
Mm-hmm.
And I can just flag the video for inappropriate, and they will automatically. And I mean, they sent out a notice to all the people that are monetized, saying that they were gonna be operating like this for a while because they don't have the staff.
Mm.
They you know, with the coronavirus and stuff going on right now, they just don't have the staff to handle all that.
I got you.
And so they were just like, look, for right now, until we get everything back, you know, running, this is the way we're going to do things. If the video, if we even suspect something is inappropriate, we're just going to flag it. You can appeal it later and we can look at it again. But
Wow.
they're just they take the videos down, but nobody, you know, so I'm not getting any strikes, but someone is just trying to, and I don't know, it's
That's what I'm saying, man. But the video's still going though, so you're really not winning anything, even if you appeal it though. You just
that's what I'm saying. So
face, I guess.
yeah, and you know, after they flagged the first time, Well,
No
after
reward.
they flagged that first time, and then I looked, and I'm looking at I'm looking at the view counter, and it just dropped. We were getting up there; it was getting like almost 20 people, and then all of a sudden, it just flatlined, and it was like 0 people, and then and you were like, "Hey, check the private," and I saw the thing, and I go, "Oh shit, what is going on?" And then I was like, "So okay, so we got flagged."
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, let me relaunch the stream. Obviously, that person is still watching, so they can't stop me from streaming on Periscope. They can't stop me from streaming on Twitch or Facebook. So it is what it is.
But they're like, I did a good deed today.
Yeah. and Boogie. But that's the thing. Yeah, what's going on is whenever I go live, someone's just flagging the video. They just flag it.
Yeah, they're watching and video sniping.
Yeah, they just. It's like Antonio is live again. Let me stop him.
Right. I prevented it from happening.
But I'm laughing because like I said, I'm gonna take. I'll take this stream and the one before. I'll download both of them and just put them together, and I'll just upload it, and then people can watch it. Because they won't be able to. They can flag that, but I'll win the appeal on that because we're not doing anything controversial.
Right.
And I'll have the whole thing. That's why I didn't want to start up another stream because they're obviously I'm fucking with Antonio. I've got him.
We got him on the ropes, boys.
Flotsam jetsam, now I've got her, boys. The boss is on a roll.
Hilarious.
Poor unfortunate soul.
Let me try to find give me a second.
All right. Looking for references to her boobs, or
no, Mr. Antonio.
Okay.
Trying to find our live stream on Facebook here.
Oh yeah, that's I know on the card, but yeah, it's still quite active on the Facebook there.
Yeah, Facer Booker.
Looking for references to her boobs, or
oh yeah, that's me.
Oh, I thought I muted. There we go.
Hilarious.
Got it.
Hilarious. I love it.
I love it.
Oh yeah. That's here it is. Hi, Kanan. Hold on, let me see. Hi, Kanan. Oh, let me tag you in it. Yeah, boom. So we'll be just like we're watching each other. So yeah. Hi, Kanan White. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's my, and then yes, but he's like, hey, Kanan. All right. So I love it. We're interactive with each other. So hold on. There's Boogie, and then there's me saying hi to Kanan White, and then there's Kanan with the Watchman thingy, and then we got some weird people. There's some weird stuff going on. It's weird. There's some serious there's some schemes and there's some scams going on, and that's what's going on. But, but like I said, I'll take these streams and I'll combine them and make magic.
With your powers combined,
you can do magic. You can have anything that you desire.
Who was that? That was
I'll try. What was it? You know darn well when you cast your spell, hypnotize.
It was 70s band, wasn't it?
I thought it was 80s, but hold on. Now I gotta look.
70s. That's when the rock band used to harmonize. They had that co-harmony. Wasn't it? I think it was early 80s, man. Then if not late 70s.
Let's see. I don't want to play it because I don't want to get.
Yeah, because they mute. Play it on your.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me see. I gotta find. Google is your friend. You can do. I started to play Mario Kart. How many times was I playing Mario Kart while you were down here?
You go hard, dude.
Oh man, I was. Oh, the song. The group's called America. It's the band. Is America. Yeah.
Song.
Well, it's called "You Can Do Magic" by America.
No, I said when was it? Like what time?
Oh, let me see.
Late 70s, early 80s.
Let me see. Okay. Oh, here's Wikipedia. It came out July 6th of 1982.
Okay, yeah. Nice.
And then, you know darn well when you cast your spell. But I was like, yeah, I always loved that one.
There's so many awesome rock. I guess a soft rock that be considered with soft rock. Yeah.
That's what's so funny. All the stuff that's called soft rock now is just rock back then.
Right, exactly.
It was just rock. It was just like now, like soft. Rock was like Night Ranger and stuff like that. Now that's all. It's like listening to classic rock.
Well, see now, they blur lines and blend in with other types of genres, man. So it's like, is it? Like alternative music really isn't alternative anymore like it used to be in the early 90s, early to late 90s, whatever. It's like hybrids of Euro sound and, they branch into hip hop and, so it's like, I don't know if like even country music, is it R&B or it's like some of that stuff is like contemporary or, yeah.
Well, it's weird. Obviously, I'm outside of Nashville, Music City, so there's a lot of country music going on around here. I remember a couple years ago, Reba McEntire, she had done an interview and she was talking about that country radio won't play her songs. She can't get played on country radio because what's passing for country now is kind of like it's more pop based. You listen to somebody like Carrie Underwood, and she doesn't sound like a normal country music singer.
Yeah, she could actually do R&B or pop. Yeah,
she's doing like pop. Kelly Clarkson, that kind of just. I don't even know if. She still gets played on. See, Carrie gets when I turn the country radio station on, she's on there. But it doesn't. What she's doing is different and more traditional stuff like Reba McEntire. They don't get played. They don't get played. You have to go to like an older country station. They get like classic country. She's classic. She's classic country as opposed to just a country artist or whatever. So
it's funny the things that is like that style of country that's accepted. Man, back in the day, they frowned upon, when Shania Twain did it and, guys, folks like that, man, it was considered, you're not true country. Now, it's the norm. You know what I mean? So it's just funny, man, how, times change, man, and people's tastes change. And, I remember when they used to get on MC Hammer about sampling people's music. And, that's all Kanye West did, for a while, and was just sample people's stuff. So now it's the norm. Everybody, they be sampling from somebody's album that dropped that same year. Oh, I like that beat, so it's like, it's just funny, people.
Well, Shania, it's interesting you mentioned Shania because that was a big one right there. Shania definitely, they were saying she was doing the only thing, it was like her stuff was like pop music, but it had like steel guitar in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She was ahead of her time.
All of a sudden you hear like a little steel guitar riff and you were like, if you take that steel guitar out, that's just pop music that she's doing. And I mean, she's not, and you're like, oh, I listen to like George Strait and George Jones, and Hank Williams Jr. and Senior, and blah blah blah, and Dolly Parton and this and
Brooks and Dunn and
yeah.
But see, when Garth Brooks came along, everybody was like, "Oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread." And it's like, man, she was doing a lot of that, Carrie Underwood stuff. Then it just wasn't. It was ahead of its time. You know what I'm saying? Like she was
selling a lot of records, though, boy. Say that, yeah, she was selling a lot of records.
Oh, yeah, she did, but she was kind of frowned upon by like the classic country group, country scene, man. And
because it really the stuff that she does is not really. I mean, and I remember back, especially like when Shania first came out, I was like, damn, she's hot. I was like, man, she's a smoking hot chick. But her stuff really wasn't as far as traditional country, that stuff it just, but yeah, she was making her money and everything, but it wasn't, all that stuff.
If today, they would eat her up, like style wise. You know what I'm saying? Because she would fit right into the Carrie Underwoods and Kelly Clarksons and Taylor Swifts.
Oh, we've got a I don't know, strong NPC.de. Well, hello, welcome. Because that's what I'm saying. We are still streaming. We're still streaming on Facebook. We're still streaming on Periscope. We are still streaming on Twitch. We're getting flagged when we go on YouTube, but like I said, I'll take this horrible, corrupt stream and upload it. They think they're gonna stop me. They're not stopping me, man. They ain't stop. What they say? One monkey don't stop no show.
That's right. Keep rolling.
Yeah, you gotta embrace your haters. You gotta do hitch a plow to them and let them plow you, drag you to victory. I need you to, all these people. So, all the haters. And yeah, there you go. This looks so good. Well, I definitely think Kanan is exceptional. Very proud to be working with him.
Likewise.
And Kanan. Very excited for some of the there are some really strong sequences coming up in Way of the Gun that I know I'm looking forward to seeing your layouts.
Yeah.
For because it's a pretty strong sequence coming up. You just gave me the new page with our friend Jehovah.
I changed the last one. I wanted to zoom in, man, just to kind of give people just a little bit of about him, not too much, but it'll make you think like, okay, who is this? Why are they like, what I'm saying? Without telling too much of his story, but I wanted to definitely kind of allude to some things with that last panel because it was originally something different, but I tweaked it at the last minute because I want to really emphasize such and such. So without telling the story, I'm talking around what it was. Yeah. People will find out when they read it. So
yeah, and I actually was talking to Icarus about how I want it colored and everything. Kind of going over. His hair is going to be white. It's not going to be blonde. It's going to be white.
Nice.
And I want him to have like blue eyes.
Okay, you gotta make them like that. What do they call it? Angel blue, where it's almost like there was an actress back in the day. Her eyes were so blue they almost looked like they were white.
What was that one chick? Vera? What's her name? Vera Farmiga. She was on the Bates Motel. She was the mom on there.
Okay.
And when she first started appearing on shows and stuff, it was she first started appearing on shows and movies and stuff, and the whole thing, her eyes, man, she had these like piercing eyes, and that was one of the things. But then she was in that movie with George Clooney, the Air Up There.
Okay.
And did you not see that movie? That movie was incredible.
Yeah, it's an older one, so probably I may have. But it's been a while.
I think is. And he was a guy that he was doing the frequent flyer miles.
Mm.
And he met this woman. He kept running into her in various planes, and then he kept meeting her on different planes. He traveled a lot, she traveled a lot, and then so they started sleeping together pretty regularly. And he was one of those guys where he hooked up with her, and then he thought it was just gonna be a fling or whatever, and he started falling in love with her.
Mm.
And he decided to give up. He said, I finally met a woman that I'm willing to settle down and commit to.
They gave up their life.
And yeah, so he decided no, it was so fucked up, and the ending of the movie is really fucked up. So it was like everybody had to see it. I don't want to ruin it, but yeah, if you saw the movie, I got hot when I saw the end of the movie because I was like, but those are the best kinds of movies. They make you feel
engaged. Yeah, man.
Because I was like, see, this is why men treat women like this. But that's me. This is me being. Let me see. Trying to make sure I'm trying to get the. There up there. I think. Let me find it. No, hold up. The air up there is the one with. I thought it was the air up there, but it's that's the wrong movie because that movie has got what's the name, Kevin Bacon, and it's Kevin Bacon, and he goes to Africa and finds that black dude. He's trying to find an NBA star, and he goes to Africa and finds this really tall black dude and try to bring it back with the stuff. That's the wrong movie, but I'm about to find it right now. Hold up.
I used to have eyes like that too. She still does, but more so when she was younger, they really stood out. It was Kirstie Alley.
Oh yeah,
blue eyes.
Let me see. I'm finding.
I'm finding her in Wrath of Khan. She thinks she was in Wrath of Khan. Star Trek.
She was. Was it the Wrath of Khan, or was it? Was it? It was two because they were playing with. I don't know if it was. I don't think it was Wrath of Khan.
And the other, because the Wrath had the Genesis project, right?
I think that was 3. No, it wasn't 3.
That was Wrath of Khan, Botany Bay, and all that good stuff. She was, because you remember she was. It started out with her on a simulated Starship mission. And everybody died, and then that's when Captain Kirk walks in, and he's like, basically starts reprimanding her because she got her whole crew killed.
Let's see. Okay, hold on. First of all, okay, it's called Up in the Air, not the air in the air up there. So you can watch. Okay, this is George Clooney and Vera Farmiga, however you say her name is, but it's called Up in the Air. It's incredible. I love that movie, but the ending really pissed me off. It's called Up in the Air by and I mean it was a hit and the whole thing. But let me see. Okay, but now I want to find Kirstie Alley, Star Trek. Kirstie Alley, Star Trek, and see which one it was because they were teasing. Oh, it was. You're right. It was Wrath of Khan because and she had been a model, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
She had been a model, and then this was one of her, her early
kind of breakout roles kind of thing.
Yeah, but check out Up in the Air. It's incredible.
Okay.
If you it's like I said, George Clooney is trying to, do the damn thing, and I just he's trying to get he's trying to become one of the only people on the planet to get, if you fly X amount of miles, they give you a special. I think they gave him like crystal wings or something like that. He was trying to get that. He was like, yeah. He said, I'm so close. And he was traveling so much for his job and everything. And then he met Vera. He met her, and they started sleeping together. They slept together the first time, and then he started running into it, and they started hooking up all the time. And that was and all of a sudden he goes, I finally found a woman that I'm willing to, because he had been kind of just meeting random women in different, he's right. His job was one of those where he was he was flying around a lot. He wasn't ever in one city for too long.
Right.
I mean, you look at his refrigerator, and he had a nice home, but he was barely in it. You know what I'm saying? It was one of them type things where had a nice his water. Yeah. It was like, he didn't keep very much food in the refrigerator. It was a lot of takeout and stuff like that, because he knew he wasn't gonna be, he made a lot of money traveling. Matter of fact, I want to see, can I find that movie? It's been so long since I saw it. I need to watch it and see what it might. Hopefully it's on a streaming service or something, because I love that movie. It's incredible. But boy, when we got to the end, it really pissed me off up in the air. But the movie did its job. It made you care about the characters. And you can watch it on Amazon for $2.99.
Yeah, I was about to say,
it's on Amazon. I got Amazon. Yes. All right. It's on Amazon Prime. And I've had Amazon Prime for a couple years now. So okay, cool.
I like Prime. Amazon Prime is dope.
Oh, it's on Netflix too? Because I see that they've got it listed on Amazon Prime. So it's like, okay, that's awesome. Okay. But yeah, I got Netflix and Amazon, so it don't matter. Yeah, that movie, like I said, it's incredible, man. But they really made me care about the characters.
Right.
And then and the reason I say that is because I had a couple people, after they read Brand, they were like, a lot of people really were interested in Dawn's story. They were really, they felt like, whatever we did, we made them care about her.
Yeah.
And that's good.
Yeah.
I like that, because these characters have been very real to me, and they've been living in my head for like the last 20 years.
Yeah, that's when I remember you said that during I think it was somebody we were talking to, but yeah. So I mean, but then I think that's one of the things that set our book apart from a lot of stories, is that it's character driven, and characters grow, they evolve, they change. Like I said, some may die, some you may think are dead, maybe not. So it's like there's all these different twists and turns that the characters go through, and certain ones you root for, certain ones you just hate, and so it's like that's what you want, man. That's I was thinking. You were talking about how you had a specific ending in mind for how things are going to go, and you've kind of taken a page from a lot of like anime does that. They have a specific end in mind, even though maybe for example, Bleach. Those that know what Bleach is, or even Naruto, had over 300 episodes, but there was like an ending in mind, like it was going to end like this, it was going to end like that, and so I think when you have a definite, this is where it's going to end, this is where it's going to go to your story, even though the reader may not know, you see, man, that like you're building something, and you'll be rewarded at the end. So, knowing about some of the places that brand is going to go, I think people are going to be pretty pleased, man, about just sticking with the story and seeing the growth of Dawn and David, and eventually when the family comes into the picture and how he handles that and all those different things, man. So it's gonna be cool, man. I think people are gonna enjoy what we're doing. So
absolutely, and like I said, if when I had someone, and they messaged me, it was a couple of people when I released the book, when we released the digital, and I sent that out, and I started, it started trickling in. It's like, oh, Antonio, I just got your digital brand and all this kind of thing.
yeah,
that's one of the things, because that was one of the things that I've repeatedly said, because people are like, you launched and you hadn't filled the other book yet.
yeah,
And I'm like, okay. When I launched, at the time we had launched, the book was completely done. I had sent out the digital to all the backers.
mm-hmm.
The books were in my home.
Right.
I had purchased a plane ticket for you to fly out here and sign comics.
Right.
I'm comfortable with the decisions I made, because I know that you were coming. The books actually existed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So it's not in the ether. It's actually
it's not like, well, we're close to finishing the book, but we're gonna launch. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Books are actually here. They're being packed up.
I know, I've signed them.
Yeah, you signed them, and I'm signing them, and
yeah, man. So they exist.
Yeah, so that's why I was like, and I say that because, especially after I had Critias on, I started getting people going.
Are you gonna be another?
Yeah, they was like, you could be Critias, blah 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 blah, all this kind of thing, and I'm like, let's say, is there still a way to buy a digital copy of Brand? Absolutely. What you would have to do. What I can do is you can send me a DM on Twitter or send me an email, and you can just, I can send you a PayPal link, and you can, once you send me it's $10, you send me that and I'll send it, because I've had a couple people ask, and I've set it up for them like that. So yeah, absolutely. If you want it, send me a DM on Twitter or whatever, and I'll set it up, and you'll have it. You'll have it within minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
No shipping.
Yeah, but yeah, again, that's why I'm saying, I had somebody who's like, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. And I was like, well, I'm pointing out all the things that we did do.
Yeah.
And I was like, no one else can say that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the book was at the printer.
Yep.
Then it was printed and sent to the house. Gemini mailers were here. Most of the stuff, it was either ordered or en route.
Yep.
And let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me see what we got going here. Boom. And I got you right here. All right. So let me send you this. I'm going to send you the thingy, and boom, 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 if I can get it. Quick pay. Okay, so I'm going to send you a link, and then let's see. me see. Oh, here it is. Let's see. And okay. So I am dropping that in there. All right. So I had just okay. So yeah, just send me 10 whole dollars, and I will get you. I will get you the link there, brother. And but yeah, like I said, it's surprising. Also thinking about, I want to put it on like Comixology eventually or something like that. Figure out. Need to get
That'd be cool.
I don't know. I need to
How that works.
Yeah, I need to figure out how all that works. Because I want brand, especially this for now that books are, matter of fact, some of you, I think when I did, because I know Tug was the one that gave me the idea, and he was the one that was like, hey, they've got, they made some changes to what you say?
Comixology made some changes.
No. I'm back on the Indiegogo shit.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
When I pack the box and get the tracking number, you can go in the Indiegogo control panel now and send people their tracking code. So when I everybody whose orders I packed up, they should have got a notification that they should have got a tracking number. So a bunch of people last night as I was packing, it's time consuming.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but
it's worth it.
Yeah, it's time consuming, but it makes the difference. So I just I wanted to do that. So it's definitely it's time consuming, but I really wanted to
make sure everybody gets their stuff.
Because you can even most of the packages are being shipped via media mail, but some of the bigger packages, like the people that ordered the sketch covers, those are a little bit more expensive because obviously wanted tracking information on those and insurance. So I kind of make sure, because we don't have a if a sketch cover gets lost or something, you get it's a one-of-a-kind item. So kind of wanted to have some insurance on that.
That makes sense.
So that's what we're doing there. But at least my thought process on it.
It's a good decision.
Yeah. Let's okay, let me see here. I prefer digital, to be honest, especially since it's easier. And here's the thing. I definitely want to once we hit a certain amount on the campaign, I think I am going to add, because people are like, Antonio, you didn't put the digital up this time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do digital. I'm going to do a digital pack that'll have both book 1 and book 2, and then like say the next campaign it'll have all 3. You know what I'm saying? Every time it'll be like I'll say it'll be like a set fee or whatever. It'll be like $20, and you just get everything or whatever. Just
the collector's edition.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I don't know.
Okay,
that's kind of what I thought. So at least my thought process. It's like you should draw David and have him have a bunch of comics. Let me see. And let me check. All right. And there you go. All right. You should have the digital copy of Brand right now. You should have it.
Awesome.
It should be there, and I appreciate you purchasing that. I know me and Kanan, we worked very hard on it.
Yes.
And we appreciate the support.
You will definitely enjoy the good read.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun making Brand. I enjoyed it. And I'm looking forward to, like I said, fortunately, I was able to actually, I think I wrote at least, there's like 40 pages of script, I think, from what I've given you, I think, about
30.
At least, yeah. So,
which is still like a full issue. So, I mean,
but
yeah,
obviously, I have to go back and because, like I said, I need to add for the back half of the story. But I wanted to write enough to get you started,
right?
And I've given you enough where I actually think I don't know. I know I've written at least about, like I said, I've got enough, and just all the like plot threads and all that kind of stuff to get it towards the end there. But so yeah. Let's see. Wow, it looks insane. Well, we put a lot of love into the book. I mean, there's a lot. We put a lot of
time and energy.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. And
nothing is done. And I know that's definitely how your mind works too. Most of everything, there's some things in there that are like in there for cool value, but most of it, man, is story driven. So everything is in there with a purpose in some way, form, or fashion. So even down to who shows up in what scene and why it's taking place like that, and so yeah, I mean, Antonio threw a lot of, for one, himself into it, literally.
Yeah.
But David is definitely Antonio, and just life stuff, and just good story, man. Where is that? Shit.
Like I said, I'm really proud of the book. I think we did a good job. I'm very satisfied with what we did.
I would agree.
And like I said, that's another thing. There's so many things that I want to do. I want to do a black and white edition because I've had a few people ask about that, and then maybe have you create or have someone else create another. Because
that would be kind of cool, like a variant for that, just for that.
Well, if it's a Brand black and white, there should definitely be another I think it's a different book, and it should have, well, I mean, it's the same book, but it'll have to be a lot of work done because a lot of those pages will have to be relettered in different style and all that kind of stuff. So it'll almost be like making the whole book all over again, although it might go a little quicker since he has the script.
Right.
Go from, I'm curious though. I'm matter of fact, I need to discuss that with him to see, because it will literally just be have to pay him for relettering the 52 pages again, and then do the cover and all that. Because I want a different cover on Brand black and white, and
right,
all that kind of stuff. So
it's gonna look cool too.
Yeah, well, like I said, just looking at that
form,
I think a lot of the artwork that you've done, especially for these new pages for Brand, and in fact, let me see. I shouldn't share these new pages, but I like sharing them. And
do share.
Let's see, I kind of want to show a couple of pages from Way of the Gun. Let me see. But I want to pull it up while you're doing that. I love this drawing. I can get it to, if I can get my computer, because all these are high-res files, so sometimes they take a minute to load. So I want to make sure that they're actually loaded up before I try to share. So it's but let me ask you this, because you know we've obviously talked since you got back home. So
Right.
like how many people showed up at the airport to pick you up when you got home?
Everybody.
Oh, the whole family came out,
including Cersei.
Oh wow!
Yeah, man. They all came out, and well, Seth and Lydia and Desmond. Lena actually came into the airport, and Samara sat in the van with Cersei because they couldn't bring her in. But yeah, they all picked me up, man, and you know it was cool, man. It was just a nice little flight back, man, and very relaxing, and you know it was cool to, you know, admittedly, you know, definitely, you know, to be home, man, and to, you know, chill with the fam and just get caught up in what they were doing, and you know, it was cool, you know. And then all the news reports started coming in, and they started locking stuff down. Like,
you know, somebody said, man, you're lucky that your friend was able to leave when he did, because they may have shut the plane down or something.
Yeah, they did. They said, and again, I ain't worried about it. As far as for me, I'm good. And but I think I can't remember which one it was, but Saturday, I guess somebody actually was on a Delta plane and they were contagious.
Yeah.
And I was like, dang, that was the day before I left.
I was like, you know, because
they're flying to New York, so.
Well, I told you, remember I told you my friend Angela, she contacted me and asked me, had your plane been canceled?
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, no, why would this plane? And I didn't realize. I started looking on the news, and they were shutting shit down everywhere.
Yeah, I was just like, dude, I mean, I was fortunate, man, to be able to come back when I did, you know, before they started doing all this heavy quarantining and, you know, all that stuff. And I was just, somebody was telling me, man, that they were with their spouse, man, and they went to Walmart or somewhere. I don't think it was Walmart. It was some grocery store, but they went in, man. And of course, the line was like huge. You know, it was like,
oh yeah, I bet
it was from the front all the way to the back of the store almost. And you know, people were, you know, people were getting antsy and agitated, man. And I said somebody drew a piece, man, and the cops had to come in and restrain them and all this crazy stuff. I was like, dang, like it's crazy. It's crazy. And, you know, going to the grocery store here, man, I've never seen like just stuff empty, and not like empty for a day, but like days and weeks. You know what I mean? Like almost like nobody's stocking the shelf. You know,
well, like, yeah. Well, I've been all on my Facebook and stuff. I'm seeing everybody go to like different grocery stores.
Yeah,
and they're like, look at this, man. Everybody, because here's the unfortunate thing. If everybody would just act normal and just get what they need, a lot of this stuff wouldn't be happening.
Right.
But everybody's like, oh man, I gotta make sure that I gotta have extra. And so now
they act like it's the T virus.
Yeah.
Freaking Resident Evil.
But yeah. It's gonna be like the Tommy knockers or something.
Yeah, man.
It's gonna be yeah. Oh man, you can't even get toilet paper around here. All the stores are either sold out or it's the bad stuff. It's that cheap toilet paper that I don't want.
Yeah. I mean, and that's, as I said, man, it's you know, like just those bare necessities, man. Like, you know, people, they ain't even thinking about somebody else needing it. They just like, I need it, so they just snatch it, gone. And you know, seeing, you know, going there, man, and you know, I saw, of course, the toilet paper section was empty, in my store, and then also like there were like no eggs. There was like barely any milk. Like all the meat
Exactly.
products were gone, and I told my wife, I was like, but you ain't gonna see the ice cream gone in the Twinkies and candy and all that stuff. Like that stuff is pop. It's still like plenty of chips. Everybody taking all the canned food, water.
Yeah, canned food, bottled water.
Yeah.
All the toiletries are disappearing.
Yeah, this is crazy. I'm like, okay, guys.
So
it's strange times out there.
Like, I need to go and get my oil changed. And so I was thinking about when I go up there and get my oil changed, I could go to Wally World.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully I can get there before all the toilet paper disappears.
You better do it now, man, because it's I guess I saw somewhere where he's talking about I think it was the president or whatever was getting a little lenient on some of the restrictions, but I don't know how that all affects as far as state, because I know that's probably per state how they feel they should handle it. You know what I mean? Like, even though you get like a nationwide edict, sometimes certain states are like, well, we're going to extend it longer because whatever. So I don't know how much that leniency would affect us, but it's just weird times, man. Like, I think the closest I can say I've seen something like this was probably 9/11. We're like panicking and or the Y2K thing. I thought everything was going to shut down and crash and all that stuff, and it didn't. But that's kind of the same pandemonium, man, that you kind of see with this, but on a higher scale. It's like, whoa. But even in the whole 9/11 stuff and the Y2K stuff, you didn't see like shelves empty of stuff like that, like, and then curfews instilled for certain places, like you can't be out. I think businesses shut down around 8 o'clock here. They're open, so they, and then what really like brought it to light was the schools, man. Like, I'm like I told you, our kids, their school shut down till May 4th. And my sister-in-law's, because they go to public school, their high school shut down for the rest of the year.
I saw there was an article that came across my feed this morning, and I think it was what's that guy, Steve Mnuchin, was he the Fed chairman or something? I think he's in charge of making sure that the money, the stock exchange, whatever the hell. But I had to look. Let me see. I think he's the Treasury Secretary or something.
Okay.
Let me see.
I know you're talking about.
Make sure
showing up on the conferences and stuff.
Yeah, he's okay. Secretary of the Treasury. Okay, but basically what he was saying was like, if we are shut down for like 3 months at the most is the longest this country could last, just shut down the way we're talking about, without the damage after just 90 days is going to be hard on the economy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
After that,
recession,
we would go into like, it would be almost
the depression era again.
Yeah. That's what it's like. So 3 months. So that would be the longest that we could survive without everybody. Because I'm already hearing people going, I'm probably going to lose my business.
Yep.
If this thing is still going, I've got enough money put back and everything that I could probably run my business for like up until maybe going into next month, maybe the month after. But after that, I'm gonna lose everything.
I was telling my wife, man, I was like, it's the little mom and pop places, man, and those startups and those smaller companies that are feeling it the most. Like like they can't afford to not go in. You know what I mean? They can't afford to not work. They can't afford to just sit on the sidelines and just kind of like be off for 4 months. You know, that's not, you know, it's destructive. And I know, you know, a personal friend of ours, man, they had to basically shut their company down, you know, because for one, you know, they weren't able to get, they did like a catering service or whatever, custom meals and stuff like that, but nobody was able to purchase anything, so she basically had to shut it down for a while. And then a family friend of ours, they have a distribution company, and just last Saturday, my wife and, you know, a couple of our kids and, you know, her sister's kids had to help this family member unpack all the merchandise that wasn't being shipped because nobody's running trucks and stuff. So they had to take all that stuff back to the main warehouse, you know, because nobody's buying anything. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. Like, so, you know, like you said, a lot of those companies, and I told my wife, I was like, I'm thinking about like factory workers. Like I'm saying, like that's huge. You know, if you work a factory type job, man, and your plant shuts down, you know, you're essentially laid off.
Yeah.
Like, what do you? And then if other companies aren't really trying to hire or open up anything, it's like, man, what do you do? Like that's you know, when you've relied on, you know, an income like that of a certain amount for so long, and all of a sudden it's not there. It's like, oh man, like, you know, that's the benefit. You know, that's kind of a plus of. I was telling my wife, man, like it's. I'm fortunate to have already been working from home. You know what I mean? So it hasn't been a shock to be in the house.
Yeah, you do business over the internet.
Yeah, so I mean, and I know a lot of people are starting to, like another friend of mine, artist friend of mine. You know, I saw him. You know, he basically couldn't go to his job, so you know, he basically reopened. You know, him taking commissions and stuff again, which is awesome because, you know, he freelanced for a while anyway. You know, before he ended up working for like one of those app gaming companies in Toronto. That's where he's from. But I'm just like, you know, that's cool. But like the people that aren't used to that and they're really like this, they're shook. It's like, what do I do? You know, now, you know, and they're like, okay, well, maybe, you know, it'll be back. You know, they're talking about going into July, bro, with like a lot of this stuff. I'm like, man, that's huge. Into the summer, that's huge. So hopefully, man, this stuff sort of subsides. I know it won't be completely gone as far as the frantic nature of everything, man, but at least lessen so that people can kind of at least get back to some sense of normalcy, you know what I mean? So they can still, you know, make ends meet and at least go to work somewhere, you know.
Yeah. And
It's real life, man. It's like, whoa. I was thinking, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, stay home, you know. I was like, man, as he sits in his jacuzzi with a, you know, like, you can afford to stay home, Governor.
It was what was it? There was that video on Twitter of Madonna, and she's sitting in the bathtub of milk and some kind of tea or something. It's like a tea bath or something, and she's making a video. And I was like,
it affects us all.
You've been famous. Madonna's been famous for almost 40 years now.
Right.
And so she's so unaware of how strange that seems.
Yeah.
It's just not resonating with normal
It
And
was like, okay. She's like, we're all the same, and we just, I mean, everybody takes milk baths.
yeah, it was the whole thing. I was like, I'm looking, and I was like, this is someone who
Out of touch.
completely, yeah, it's like your whole situation is like on another. Yeah, let me take a bath in milk and tea,
Right?
and tell you,
We're all the same.
yeah. Oh God, it was so.
And it was just a weird video anyway. It was like,
Yeah, it was because she's like almost 60 years old, and
I mean, that's always been Madonna, dude. Like, she's always been the person that kind of went against the status quo, but it's just, it was just kind of weird. Like, I mean, yeah, the pandemic has kind of crossed lines from the person that's the superstar to the everyday person, but still, there's a definite line with people that are like, I gotta stay in my house, I don't know what to do, and it's like, dude, you're in a nice palatial home. You are doing okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, Madonna did not appear to be struggling in her milk and tea bath.
right. You're no hating on her. I mean, she earned it, but
Yeah, she definitely earned it.
But it's just funny, like, you trying to put yourself on a, like, yes, we're all, no, sort of.
It just looked strange to me. The video looked. I was like, okay. I was like, I don't know if she is in touch with reality.
She might be on that Betty Davis stuff.
And I'm like, but I mean, there was a video I think it was like last year or something. And she was like backing it up on somebody, and I was like, it was weird. She was on stage or something, and she was trying to. I don't know. It's like it was very cringy.
I mean, I think she does Pilates, so at least I don't know. So I mean that helped.
But I'm like, when you're that old, you can't be backing it up on folks and twerking.
Madonna has, like I said, she's always Madonna. You know what I mean? She's always on. Some people, it's a persona. They kind of, they're that on stage, and then, Michael Jackson was always Michael Jackson, no matter where he was. And I think Madonna is kind of the same way. You got some people that they're more than that character. I mean, that's really how they are. And so, I always think, like, even Whitney Houston is amazing, but she was always dramatic. Interviews, some people think, it was the drugs, and no, man, it amplified it, but she was always like, look at the lights, and she was like,
well, it got stranger after she hooked up with Bobby, though. You
know what, man? That is the misconception that he did a lot of that stuff to her.
Well, no, and I agree, because he's taken a lot of heat, and he's done interviews, and he was like, because a lot of people's like, oh, she'd still be alive right now if she hadn't hooked up with Bobby Brown.
And that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, when I was pursuing music, for like signed to record label and all that stuff, we had an individual come in, just kind of talk to us artists, and it was an individual that worked for Arista Records and had been in Arista and Sony, knew Clive, knew the whole nine for like years. And so he was this individual was telling us that Whitney Houston was like a lot of the stuff that you saw publicly, man. Like, she was like OC, like she was wild, it was like, so yeah. It was like, people, like I said, they blame Bobby because he was such an outspoken person, And granted, he was OC too. You know what I mean? You know, he was the David Ruffin of New Edition. You know, but it was not all him. And a lot of that stuff, man, you know, he necessarily didn't want to get wrapped up in, but you know, they were toxic to each other. Everybody knew it. You know what I'm saying? It was the same thing that made them work was the same thing that destroyed them. You know what I mean? So yeah, he gets a blame for a lot of that stuff, man. But just because he was the bad boy, but it was not all him. And I think, you know, those that know that. But yeah, with all that to say, man, like she was always in character, and I think Madonna's like that too. You know, Lady Gaga's kind of like that. You know? Lady
Gaga is definitely like that.
This was like, dude, like turn it off just for a little bit. Just and to her credit,
Lady Gaga is weird to me. Although I like her, I enjoy her work. I think,
and she's one of the that actually can sing.
But like when she showed up at the MTV Awards in the meat dress, that was weird.
Or her egg.
Oh no, yeah, she was in the egg when she had and I was like, said Lady Gaga is still around. She got a new record out now. Just dropped.
I like the song too. It's called "Stupid Love." I think.
"Stupid Love." Yeah, that video went crazy on YouTube. That "Stupid Love" video on YouTube is insane. She did numbers. Yeah. I mean, that's when you could tell, boy. She's still doing. That's when you can tell if people still fooling with you.
Well, she
put that video out, and that thing did millions immediately.
She's definitely the modern day Madonna, and everybody knows that. I mean, she's literally like a carbon copy, except with talent. You know?
Yeah, so wait a minute, hold up. Let's rewind. So you don't think Madonna has talent? Because I think Madonna had a lot of talent. It still does.
Madonna is a performer, but I'm talking about musical talent.
Oh well, no, okay.
Madonna can sing.
Gaga can play she can play like 7-8 different instruments and do all this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Not only that, but her voice is good.
You don't think? Yeah, I think Madonna can sing.
Oh my gosh, bro, come on.
Oh, okay.
Seriously, what?
You're talking like she Britney Spears. I don't think Britney Spears can sing,
bro.
Madonna can. Now Madonna's not a vocalist. It's not like she's
not at all.
She's not. I wouldn't say she could do what like a Christina Aguilera could do or something like that, you know. But
Madonna had the look, and because of that, you can forgive all the other stuff. Like, and I'd probably get crucified for this. Janet Jackson can't sing.
Wow.
She can't.
Oh wow. Oh,
absolutely not.
I think. Oh wow.
No,
I really like Janet Jackson's music though.
Janet is a performer. She's an amazing performer.
But I'm saying, like, when I hear like a song like "Anytime,"
production, bro, production.
Oh, no, you getting clown, man.
Dude, I know we're getting clown, but check it out. Beyonce is a singer and a performer.
Okay, I would admit that Janet Jackson don't sound like Beyonce. I'll admit that. But Janet can sing her ass off.
No, she cannot, bro. Come on, dude.
Well,
nobody wants to say.
Okay, hold on. Let me correct this. She can hold a note.
She can hold
a note.
But she's not a singer. She is a performer.
You don't see her doing all those runs and all that.
Mariah Carey is a singer. She's not a performer. And when she tried to dance, it looked bad.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like,
Mariah looked awful when she was dancing. That's fact. That's you speaking facts there.
Mick Jagger is a performer. He is a horrible vocalist.
He has a lot of passion in his.
Yes, he has a lot of passion in it. He's very passionate about. Celine Dion is a singer. Yeah. She is not a dancer. She does not. She
tried to dance.
Huh?
She tried to dance,
and people was like, "Stop."
Yeah, it is like because she's got. I saw some of her Vegas show, and she has the background dancers behind her, and
I guess
then what they do, you know, they bring out like 20 people,
she
and then everybody else is doing a little thing. She trying to do a couple of steps.
dude, she gets this arm thing, man. Like,
And you know, when I see them, you see them on TV, they you know, they know they can't dance, right? So they'll have like 20 backup dancers behind them. And the backup dancers be working their ass off, like,
yes.
and then there'll be a part in the song where they go, "Okay, I'm gonna do like 4 moves."
Yes.
Like, ha 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 ha, and then let the dancers go back to doing what they're doing, and it looks like you're dancing.
I got another one for you, and people may disagree.
I kind of agree with Kanan.
Alicia Keys cannot sing. She can hold a note.
You don't think Alicia Keys can sing?
She can hold a note. Have you ever heard her live?
She does. Oh, now I will agree with that. I heard her. She was trying to sing.
Look at my camera, bro.
There was I saw her on a live performance, and I was a little disappointed. The tone of her voice was not very strong. I agree with you on that because I was like, damn, bitch, what's going on? The notes, man, the notes.
Man, I'm telling you. But the reason why it works is because she's a pianist. She's an amazing pianist. So her voice.
And I'm a penis.
I'm glad you know that, Antonio. But her voice complements the playing. It works. But by herself, and if she didn't play the piano, it's like, okay.
I'm trying to.
And that, I mean, that, and honestly, and I didn't really like appreciate necessarily just how talented and skilled, man, Beyonce was until I got a little older. But the way she trains for a show, and then to still
documentary, it was on HBO. It was like after she had that miscarriage or something, she did that documentary. That shit was deep, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, like she gained, like she was almost like 200 pounds, bro. Like, and she's not that tall. She's 5'7", I think. So she was in when she did that live show at that college. Can't remember what it was called, but the prep leading up to that, man, was hard. And so, but she is one of the few people that not only can she sing, but she can perform her butt off and still hold the notes while singing and still do the dances. So she's a little the exception, man. But I mean, there's a lot of people, man, that they have good production. Like, people don't realize Rihanna is actually a better singer than she is allowed to be. But same thing with Chris Brown, but you won't hear them sing like that because they're stuck in a certain genre, so everything's kind of the same. Like, it's like, you know, Chris Brown, you know, he does kind of the same type of music all the time. But if he was actually able and allowed to truly sing, people would be blown away. That's what I said. Same thing with Rihanna. She's an amazing vocalist. But because
hold up, you think Rihanna's an amazing vocalist?
Yeah, they actually had her live. She was singing a cappella in her studio.
No, and I've heard her sing a cappella. She can definitely hold tune. One thing that hurt her, you know, she's from Barbados and she had that accent, and her accent was it was a lot. She's had to work on her diction and stuff where the way it was hurting her.
Yeah. Because,
you know, she got that island. The island is too much island.
The Barbados. But I mean, there's a lot of art. Like, people didn't realize that T-Pain could actually sing. Now, you didn't think about it.
I love T-Pain.
Oh
man, T-Pain. I love T-Pain, man.
You take the T-Pain, you take the auto-tune away, man, he actually can sing.
You know, T-Pain gets a lot of haters.
Yeah, he does, because they think he can't. Because he's the kind of put auto-tune kind of on the map, man, as far as like production and all that stuff. But you can actually sing. A lot of people are like that though, man. And then you got a lot of artists that because they have a good look, they're like, ooh, I can make them into a performer. And it's like, until they perform live, it's like, that didn't work how I planned it. So, but yeah, man, all that to say, man, like, sometimes, man, it's hard for some people to turn that stuff off, man. It's like you can't be on all the time. It's like, man, like just like in real life, man, just and I think sometimes, man, people that enjoy comics, man, they forget that these characters are just, I mean, even though we have a lot invested in them, they are characters. But when you have a good story, that lets you realize, man, that you have succeeded as a writer, because people forget that these are just characters. They're like, oh my God, what happened to David Craven? How he's gonna deal with that? I can't believe that he has to, forget Vargas. I can't believe he treated him like that. Stuff like that. So I mean, that's definitely credit, man, to you as a writer, man, that you've actually made these characters. People they're invested in them, and yeah, man, that's what I told you, man. Like, this is your first outing as far as like a published book, man. But you already got a following of people, man, that are, everybody has a writing style. Like every artist has a drawing style. Every writer has a writing style, and some people focus on the atmosphere that the characters are in, and then some people focus on the actual characters themselves and make you feel, what's going on. So, that's what I'm saying. Like, people that are, that do rebrand, it's a slow burn as far as like it's building something. It's not just like slam bam, thank you, man, we're home and we're done.
That was one thing the guy gave me. I saw, I think it was on Goodreads, and he gave me like 1 star. And it seemed like he expected the entire story to be wrapped up in 1 issue.
Probably.
That was strange to me, because if you read comic books, especially like, okay, you read a comic book, I go to the store and they give me a issue number 1.
Yeah.
You get 24 pages story, and then it's like, next time this is gonna, and then like they try to, especially the first issue, they try to set it up. So you're like, oh God, what's happening next? And then you have to go and get the next issue.
Right.
That's what we're trying to do. You're not ever outside of when a story arc is over, you will get a definitive closing end.
Yeah. I mean,
the storyline's not over yet.
Exactly. I mean, dude, you haven't even scratched the surface.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, we ain't got to Vegas yet. Yeah, we ain't got Vegas, all this kind of thing. But hold on, let me because when I come back, I want to show some of these pages and stuff like that. But I need to take a pause and water the plants, as they say. Hold on.
As we just stay, one 100 ways of it today. 100 ways.
All right, Kanan, I am coming back now.
When I
am watching you.
Stay
100 ways.
Shout out to the late great James Ingram.
Man.
When that dude died, man, I was like, no, not 100 ways. I was like, dang.
100 ways.
Yeah. Lover.
But nah, it was
You singing too?
Yes.
oh.
Y'all being awfully loud.
I know, right? That's what we do. That's what we do. You're gonna be there.
Nobody ever know what he was saying.
Right.
He just made sounds.
Whenever you call. So many promises, never to be spoken.
Yes. Yeah, they sing past that.
Oh, what love you.
You had to sing past that beard.
Yeah. I wish that we could do it all again. I never dreamed I'd spend one night alone. That was my jam back in the day, though. I got to find out where I belong again.
You did a high part.
To be strong again. I never dreamed I'd spend one night alone. Daddy was just turning it up, man.
Oh my gosh, dude. That was classic, dude.
Oh
my gosh.
Oh. And what I didn't know is they never met each other until they appeared on the Tonight Show together to sing the song for the first time.
I think I heard that. Yeah.
They recorded, I think I'm thinking that Michael recorded in Nashville. I'm not sure where Patty recorded, but they recorded in two separate places, and they just put the song together. And then the song hit the radio, and it started going up the charts, and they still hadn't met each other.
That's crazy.
And then Johnny Carson had him on the Tonight Show, and that was the very first time they'd ever met. I was watching it. I was watching that show. I watched. I snuck and stayed up late, and I was watching.
And, naughty, Mr. Antonio.
Yeah, what was that, like 84 or something?
There you go. Give me a higher love. Oh.
Who is that? That's Peter? Or is it Steve Winwood?
Yep. He did the highlight. Back in the
high life again. No, what about this? What? I wear my sunglasses and
so I can. Yeah. I got one for you. Say it now, say it clear.
Oh, say it clear. You can whisper everywhere.
You, yeah.
Yeah, what's that? Mike and the Mechanics. Mike and the
Yep,
Mechanics.
yep.
I love that song.
That was my jam. When my father passed away. Man, dude.
I forgot. I could actually play music now. We're on Periscope and stuff. It wouldn't get. I'm not. I can. I used to listen to all that. Elton John. I love Elton John.
I like some of his stuff, but I mean, I think he was kind of. I think he may have been before, like, my time as far as like truly appreciating a lot of his music.
Dude, I can pick from every era with him and pick hits. Stuff from the 70s.
Rocket Man was dope.
No, oh yeah, definitely.
Rocket Man, I hope you don't mind.
But Someone Saved My Life Tonight. Oh, I love that song. Someone saved my life tonight. Yeah, it was like, oh man, love that. And then what's it, Leon? Oh man, Leon is he shall be evil. All that kind of, oh man. He had what was it? It was him and what was the guy, Bernie Taupin, that writes the that writes the lyrics, and he writes the music and stuff. I mean, yeah, I was just when are you gonna come down? When are you gonna land? I was just, oh man, I love this man, dude's great. Elton John's brilliant. And then like the 80s came, and he started doing I'm still standing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
I'm still standing.
Yeah, he just kept having hits, man. And I was like,
that's how you know, man, like longevity. And like for me, man, I loved Peter Cetera. More so, not when he was with Chicago. I think he was always with Chicago, but I didn't know.
Chicago stuff was great, though.
I didn't know the band then, you know what I'm saying? I was too young, but I just remember it. That time I fall in love.
That was with Amy Grant. That's with Amy Grant. The next time I fall in love,
this time
it will be here. Man, yeah, Peter Cetera and Amy Grant. I love that. Was a great song.
Man, dude. So I didn't know Amy Grant was on there. I just thought it was him.
Yeah, well, she was the female.
I didn't know that.
Matter of fact, let me verify. Let me make sure, because I'm pretty sure that was Amy Grant. Now I need to check.
I think my favorite band, bro, and the older I get, every time I always think about was man, I love the Tears for Fears, dude.
Oh, it's definitely Amy Grant. Okay, I just checked. Yeah, Peter Cetera and Amy Grant. I was like, I knew that was Amy Grant. I was like, baby, baby.
I knew that one. Yeah. No, but Tears for Fears, dude.
Shout.
Oh my God. I want to be and talk about the mutant. This is my 40 Clover. Yeah, dude.
Through the world.
That intro, dude.
Oh, I remember a rapper that sampled that.
Really?
That was so much rap. I can't remember who I sampled that. I was like, that's Everybody Wants to Rule the World. I love that song.
Man, dude. So you never.
Hold on. What was that?
Really? Dude, that song, man. True.
Oh man, I remember used to watch MTV back then, and man, you would just see
This
you
is
see like flock of seagulls.
sound of my soul.
There you go, yeah.
I wanna take it to the wild house. Oh, go back and get it. I want the truth to be said.
I was like, I love that.
I know this much is true.
Okay, hold up. Let me. Matter of fact, I wanna look it up.
Yeah, well, it was. I can't remember what band it was, dude. But I thought it was Tears for Fears, but no, it was another British band. I can't remember their names though. I just remember the dude was like super tall.
Okay, hold up. I gotta see if you know this one. Moving forward, using all my breath.
Oh man,
making love to you was never second best.
Oh, shoot!
I saw the world crashing all around your face.
You gotta get to the hook.
Never really knowing it was always mesh and lace. I stopped the world and never you.
Yes.
You seen the difference and it's getting all the time. There's nothing
I got one for you.
I won't do.
Is it true or all
Hold up. What about my man? I never knew that love was just what the suddenly.
Oh, Billy Ocean, yeah.
Life yeah. I didn't know that dude was British, and I saw him
until the interview.
Yeah, he was like, I saw him, and I was like, wow. I just thought he was a brother from the hood. He had that like blowout Jerry curl.
Mm-hmm. Caribbean Queen. Heart will beat as one. Whoa.
No more love on the run.
Man, dude.
I love that. What about when what was it? It was from the Jewel of the Nile soundtrack.
I think I know which one you're talking
Baby,
about.
I got something to tell you. I'll climb a mountain. Woo.
Yeah.
The things that lovers do.
Oh, you brought me with the high. You brought me a. You're an easy lover. When I get
Phil Collins.
Philip Bailey.
You're an easy lover. She'll take your heart, but you won't get it.
Yes.
She's like no other. But I'm just trying to make you see.
Yes.
I love it. That was on I think they had it. Phil Bailey had that on his solo album. It was an album. I think he had a record called Chinese Wall, or it was an album. I was like, oh man, there was a lot of old.
I got one for you.
Smooth operator. Sade. Coast to coast, LA to Chicago,
Western Making.
Hey,
man, I heard her interview, bro. I was like, her voice is deep as mine. Like, she was like, yes, I'm really going to do this next album, and I'm pretty excited about it. I was like, oh, I didn't expect that.
Well, I've heard her talk, and she's got that British accent. I didn't think her voice was too deep,
bro. It's deep. It's my tone, like literally, but it's British. It's like
cigarettes now. If I tell you now.
It's like that lady from what was it, Expanse? You know, it's going to get it done.
Oh yeah. I remember when you were watching that shit. That bitch's voice was deep as fuck. I was like, whoa.
She's like, I'm going to get the first Kermit.
Talk to me. I'd be like, excuse me, sir.
Sir.
Excuse me.
Sir, I'm a man. That's hilarious.
Oh,
Oh, dude, it's like they had so much. I loved music back then, man. Like 80s rock, dude. It's probably some of my favorite.
hold on. I'm seeing Amanda in the chat. She said, "Thanks for coming. I'm doing the layout for Gunship Thunderbird." You're doing the layout,
What?
Amanda? Are you an artist? I know you're an editor. Are you an artist too?
Maybe she means the script.
Oh, maybe yeah. Maybe she's Maybe she's doing some editing.
Unless she has hidden abilities.
She can clarify what she means.
Unless she has hidden abilities we need to not know about. Which wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah. She could be an artist as well.
Yeah.
What do you remember damn. Oh, I know George Michael, Aretha Franklin.
Oh, do you
Yeah.
there
you go.
Yeah, man.
The valley of life, I still believe.
Yep. What was the one with I can't believe it slipped my mind right now, but it was it Kenny Loggins and Gladys Knight?
Did they work together?
I thought they did something together. I thought that was, what is it? I know he did something with her.
Because I love Kenny Loggins, like the over the top stuff, the Top Gun soundtrack, man.
Yeah.
Highway to the danger zone.
He did Footloose, didn't he?
Yeah. Kenny was hot in the 80s. Everybody sleeps on Kenny. They forgot how many hits, and he walked away.
Yeah.
He walked away from all that. This dude probably could have had another few years if he keep cranking them hits. Because he had the Footloose soundtrack, and then he got the Caddyshack. He had I'm all right.
Yeah.
And that was another big hit. And then he got the Top Gun. When he got Top Gun, that one when Danger Zone came out.
Yeah, man.
And he did Over the Top, and that was the movie. Yeah. Meet me halfway. I was like, you just kept having hits.
He was kind of an interesting dude, man. He probably just got tired of it, honestly.
Yeah, he's done. I saw him do some interviews where he just talked about why he walked away because he was just getting burned out.
He's kind of an eccentric character.
He didn't like all the attention he was getting and stuff. But that dude had hit after hit after hit. He was just it's like what's Mike like Michael Bolton walked away for a little while. A lot of people thought he fell off, and he was just like, yeah, I just wanted to kind of and raise my kids and stuff.
They did everything you could do pretty much with a career, I mean, they had it all. It's like sometimes it's like, what more do I need to prove, or what more do I just, they just kind of like you said, they get burned out, man. Like, some people just don't like the fame and attention, man. Like this, some of them are just kind of recluses, man. They go into retirement or hide out, and it's like, I know. I think everybody talks about Lauryn Hill, man, and sometimes, man,
she had a break. She went crazy though for
say that, man. But like in interviews where they actually asked her what happened, and she was just like, being stuck under a contract, man, where you can't get out of it, and it's like that. And I think she had some issues with she's married to Ziggy at the time. I think that's what it was. But she wanted to kind of really focus on her kids, man. But the contractual issues and stuff, like it took its toll. And because honestly, man, them labels don't take care of those people, not like they should. And so they're, that's why they're out there like hustling. And so that stuff can just kind of wear on you, man. Like you just get tired of the whole life and just drop out of drop into obscurity, man. And like, what happened to so and so?
Well,
Because then they're like,
what's the guy? Remember that guy Richard Marx?
Yeah. Yep.
That dude had
hold on to
yeah,
man.
He had so many hits, and then he just was gone.
Yep.
And I was like,
tired of it, man. Like,
wherever you go, whatever you do. I mean, he has so many hits
too, man.
Yeah, and I'm like, he just had so many hits, though. He could have just kept going, but you get burned out, man. You playing stadiums and people, you can go overseas. Because a lot of times you'll be over here and you do okay, and then you go over to like Europe and you're playing arenas and stuff, big stadiums and stuff. And you're like, I've seen like on YouTube footage of these people, and they'll be at like they got the O2 Arena over there.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be like 80,000 people over there, man. Just like, damn.
Well, man, he was garbage here, but David Hasselhoff was like huge in like China.
Oh yeah, he's big over in. Well, once Baywatch popped off, you know, they syndicated that show in like over 130 countries.
Yeah, I was saying like musically, like he was.
Oh yeah, he had put some music out and it was selling.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was like, David Hasselhoff. They loved him over there. I mean, over here they was like, dude, stop. You're Michael Knight. Yeah, man. So I mean, but yeah, I think when you look at an artist's tour schedule, it's no wonder, man, that not to justify by any means, but if you don't have the right people, it doesn't blow me. I'm not surprised artists turn to chemical stimulants to try to keep them awake. You're trying to throw concerts, man, and your dog tired, but you got a show that night. So what do? Oh, I gotta medicate. I gotta get up. I gotta wake up. Give me this. They go out there, and all of a sudden, man, because them drugs and all that stuff is so strong, they get dependent, man. And then, I remember watching that documentary. I had never, of course, because they were before my time, but the DeBarges.
Oh my God.
And just how chemical dependency like ran through their family, dude, like water, like everybody at some point. Even the sister did something. And unfortunately, for the oldest, it cost him his life, but it's just like, man, like they didn't, it's like you have to, that's a heavy business, man. If you got to count the cost, because the cost is huge. That's one of the things, man, it kind of detoured me of wanting to really go into music on that level, just because I said, man, I don't want to surround my family. My kids were young at the time. I was like, I can't put my kids in that kind of environment, man. Like, especially being like because I think I was in the adult R&B. That demands. Yeah. Especially adult male R&B artists. You think about Tank.
Oh my God.
He got kids all over the globe.
Does he have a? I don't know if is he one of those just got baby mamas all over the damn place?
He one of them, yeah.
He one of them. I know. I love it when it time.
Yeah. that dude, he's a beast though.
I'ma be That's my jam though. That just I love that song. I'ma be
oh, it's an emergency. Hey, somebody save me. What's that?
Now, I'm reading his bio and it says he only has 2 kids, Zion and Zoe.
Yeah.
Okay, now does he got some side babies out there that?
Well, he was on this was it one of these talk shows or like just.
And that's just with his wife though, so it doesn't mean that he doesn't have other kids.
But that talk shows, he's on this talk show where it's kind of like chilling in the basement, him and a few other guys, and he just kind of keep it real. And so they were just kind of talking. They was talking about kids, man, and they was clowning on him, man. But they was like, man, you got kids all over USA. He's like, oh man, I got pay, because he started talking about paying child support and stuff, and they was clowning on him. But you be like some of that stuff, man. I was like, some of that stuff ain't just joking, man. Like it's people make mistakes when they're younger, and he may have made some last minute decisions that did not benefit him at the time.
Well.
Well, I mean, it benefited him at the time, but I'm saying in the long run. But no, it's yeah, man. Just seeing those little things, man, it kind of turned me off to about kind of what the industry was, man, and it was like, man, they really don't take care of you as an artist. It's pretty much sometimes like slave labor, man. That's why they tour so much. It's like you're just on tour like back to back. And I mean, some people are cut out that cloth, man. They can handle that stuff. They're like, shoot, I'll go anywhere and I'll do whatever, bro. I mean, that's cool, but you gotta have balance. And sometimes when you don't, things happen. So my little industry story. No, but
was Kanan on cocaine?
Kanan was never on cocaine or any other controlled substance. Kanan was high on life.
Now, Kanan, I do want to ask you, when are you going to start drawing Dawn with like nipples?
Well, Antonio, they're there.
I know you know how to draw nipples because I have some of the brand pages.
They're just not on display in the uniform that she is currently wearing, at least when I draw her.
Okay.
Now, someone else may take it upon themselves to elaborate on such and accentuate various areas of her figure, but I am going to keep it sexy clean, as I always do.
I'm bringing sexy back.
Yep.
I used to listen to all that. I used to listen to what was it? I'd be off work or whatever, and they'd have they started showing that show on MTV, Total Request Live.
Oh man, I remember that show.
And Carson Daly was on there.
Oh wow! Before he blew up.
Yeah, well,
became a mogul.
Yeah, but have you seen the pictures of Carson recently? He's blown up for real.
Yeah, he went back to where he was. He was super big, then he slimmed up, and now he's kind of little meaty again.
He likes steak and lobster. I was actually
success has been well.
I was actually alright because he got a family, he's got a wife and got kids and stuff. Yeah. I was just like, that's what you're supposed to do, man. You're supposed to lay back in the cut and get a little pot belly and chill a little bit,
He earned his VJ checks.
Man, I was like, yeah, he can if he want to put on a little weight, I'm cool with that, man. Just
it didn't isn't he the founder of The Voice?
Yeah, he's like an executive producer and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he gets a nice check.
Yeah, he's enjoying the fruits of his labor.
Yeah, but I'm surprised they didn't go to, because a lot of times with women, when women put on a little weight, they'll go to the women. You hear women say this all the time. You talk about the double standard, and they'll go to a woman and they'll be like, "Hey, matter of fact, sometimes they actually put like weight clauses in their contracts and stuff."
Mm-hmm.
Like if you start weighing X amount or whatever, then we gotta get you up out the paint.
The dude gets swole and chunky, and You got to roll him up the aisle, man.
I saw some pictures of Carson, and I was like, what the hell, bro?
Are you okay?
Carson, are you okay? Are you okay, Carson? By the way, I just checked our campaign for Brand Way of the Gun, and we are at $12,198. We got 36 hours to go.
Right on.
Appreciate people are buying the Fame book.
Yes.
I was surprised. I did not know how the Fame book was going to sell.
I think he's a low-key favorite for a lot of people.
Well, I think like I said, we'll keep it going. Keep on moving, don't stop, go. And keep it going, man. But the Fame book is that should be Fame's face down there instead of Penance. It should
no, Penance is fine there.
I don't mean it in a sexual way.
Yes, you do, Antonio. It's on.
Oh man. Well, later in the story, I'm gonna have Fame take Penance's place as David's mask, and that's gonna be an interesting storyline to write. Mm-hmm. I don't know how I'd pull that off, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. Maybe that should be Horace? That should be Horace there.
No, he wouldn't. They definitely wouldn't be calm if he was there.
I know. I'm trying to be funny.
Because the Horace is that's like battleground.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's not good, man. It's not good.
Him showing up is not a gesture of peace.
Let them know it's Christmas after all. I don't know if you know that song.
Yes.
Speaking of which, what are you getting me for Christmas this year?
I am getting you what I got you last year, Antonio. You remember that?
Yeah, it wasn't very good.
But if you look at it from a different perspective, it's like he's consistent.
This is true. You got me a birthday present, and I got you a birthday present. You did birthdays.
Yeah, you got the. I was trying to hook up something before I left for this time, man, but I actually deceived and thought I would have some free time to do anything other than books.
Yeah, that was one thing I thought we were gonna be. I had this weird perception that we were gonna be going out and partying every night, and they just didn't have time to do that. So.
No, that was I needed every day.
Yeah, it was.
I was like,
it was horrible.
It was cool. I mean, kicking it, man. But I didn't realize signing that many books was gonna be like that. That was an awakening.
Hold up, Amanda's like, she's like, I hated that song because they complained there won't be snow in Africa this Christmas. I love when Boy George comes in on that song. When Boy George comes in on that song, I was like, oh.
What are like all British dudes?
Yeah,
this was
it's all British. Christmas. Yeah. Be the word. Let them know it's Christmas after all.
British, we are the world.
Yeah. Oh.
When you heat a certain hole in the world.
Must come together as one.
They are all a hideout.
God's great big family.
Here we go. Love is all he.
We are the world.
We hang on. We
But in the day that someone somewhere will make a change.
That was a Tina.
I always love. What was your favorite part of that? What was your favorite part of that song? Because I have, especially when the video came out.
That part, I think it was probably mine.
My favorite part is like Ray Charles's part at the end.
We are the world. We are the children.
You're the one to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, make a brighter day. Just you and me. Come on now, let me hear you. I always loved it. That was like my favorite.
No,
or Michael, when Michael comes in and goes, when you're down and out, there seems no hope at all.
And he was in Johnny.
yeah. And then Cindy Lauper goes, let's realize that the cherry will never go.
No, I think my favorite part was probably near the end with Stevie Wonder, because he was killing it. And then
oh yeah, we are the one that make the
and then whatchamacallit, because I think he still has one of the most amazing voices from Journey.
Oh, Steve Perry.
Yeah, man, his voice, dude, is like,
I love Steve Perry. I'm a big fan of his.
There's a choice we're making.
Oh man, I love like Journey.
Oh, dude, that's my favorite.
Where you run?
Oh, dude, yeah.
Midnight sun.
That motherfucker move, man. I'd be like, all this love I found in the midnight show. Man, dude. Oh, that is mine.
Say that the road is no place to start. Not just a line between you and me. And loving a music man ain't always what it's supposed to be. Oh, girl, you stand by me. I'm yours faithfully. Oh. Yeah, I love that, man. That was my shit. Oh man, I remember when I heard it, man. Dude. It was so good back in the 80s, dude.
Yeah, that Arnell dude sounds just like him though. That Filipino kid.
Yeah, and here's the thing though. But the fact is, they had to. That's the thing. The last few singers that they've replaced, they always. But I understand the dude's like, yeah, they want Journey to sound like Journey, so they need somebody who can sound like Steve Perry.
Yeah,
they're having to audition people. He put such a stamp on them songs.
Yeah,
like, when you do, so now I come to you with nothing.
He was a true tenor, bro. Like he was like, and that's rare, and he was a powerful tenor. Like, and not just like, it wasn't like a classical tenor, man, but his voice. He was kind of like a Freddie Mercury kind of guy. Dude, speaking of
Freddie Mercury, I was listening to Queen the other day. That was just blowing me. I forgot how great they were, man. I was just
you want to like Yeah, and I know, people always talk about Bohemian Rhapsody and all that stuff, and because the Wayne's World kind of made it famous.
Yeah,
but as far as harmonies go, like them dudes could sing, bro. Like,
what about the Highlander? The Highlander soundtrack. Here we are, born to be king. We're the princes of the universe. I love that. I am immortal. I have inside me blood of king. I was like, he just killed that shit, man.
What was the don't stop this? Man, no, their harmony, dude, was like Queen was something else, man.
I wish I could find. I wish there was some people that recorded it on VHS tape. This was like 82 or something. I was in. I'm trying to think. I was like in first grade or some shit, and we had to do a thing at my. I was at Hopgood Elementary, and my class we did Another One Bites the Dust. We had to do a dance, and we had these little top hats on. I was like. Another One Bites the Dust, and I was like, and some of the parents taped it, so I was like, one day, I'll be famous, and someone will be like, this is old footage of Antonio when he was like 7, dancing to Another One Bites the Dust. Hey, I'm gonna get you to Another One Bites the Dust.
I actually remember my mom and dad having that album, playing that joint in the house. That's crazy.
What about what was it? Queen? What was it? Them and David Bowie. Under Pressure.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, and they got. I remember Ice got sued. He got sued because he tried to say that the Ice Ice Baby.
Oh, come on, everybody!
If you listen to Ice Ice Baby, you could clearly tell what they sound. You could clearly. And he actually did an interview. He did an interview, I think it was on MTV, where he said, "No, the song's different. The dings are different." He tried to explain the dings. He said their song goes ding 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 ding, and he says mine goes ding 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 ding. It was something like him trying to explain the ding. You could clearly hear that they had sampled, and that's why they had to pay.
Yeah, just like when whatchamacallit,
I know MC Hammer got sued for that too because
was it Robin Thicke ripped off of Marvin Gaye?
Yeah, and they had to
That's a song he ripped from.
Yeah, but it was there was so many people got sued in that because Pharrell had worked. He had worked as a producer on that track. He got sued. There was so many people because I'm happy.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe that song was as big a hit as it was, but I mean, it was a good song. It was very catchy.
Well, that and it was it was for kids. It was what Despicable Me, I think it was.
Yeah, but the life of the song grew beyond that, especially on social media. There were people. It was one of those songs. Remember when everybody was doing the Black Beatles challenge thing on Instagram? Do you remember? Black Beatles. That girl is a real love. Hell, Hillary Clinton did the what do they call it? They call it the mirror challenge or whatever the hell. Where you had to play the song and you have to like freeze or whatever.
Yeah, the mannequin. It was a mannequin.
The mannequin challenge. That's what. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Hillary Clinton did the mannequin challenge. That's why I was like, but there were people doing happy. There were a lot of people on Instagram. Matter of fact, there was a girl and she was in Iran, and it was her and her friends. And she had her hijab on and stuff. And they were all dancing to happy, and they said that girl got in trouble because apparently I guess the elders or whatever thought she was being offensive.
Oh dang!
I was like for dancing.
Hey man, the rules are strict.
I was like, that blew me away. I was like, it really we're so spoiled in America. We forget, man. A lot of times you go to these other countries, man, and the laws are different and the culture is different.
You think about, man, I was sitting here thinking, you talking about that, the mannequin challenge and all that stuff. Dude, imagine how viral this stuff would have gone if there was like TikTok back then.
Oh,
Dude, it would go nuts. I mean, as popular as TikTok is now, you know, and they were doing that stuff with just like Instagram and YouTube and stuff. But you know, imagine if there was a TikTok, you know, back with the whole mannequin challenge and all that stuff, man. It would go crazy viral. Because that's all TikTok is like music, dancing, and you know, videos and all that type of stuff. But it is funny, man, how far media has come in such a short time.
oh, absolutely.
You know, it's like, you know, before, I mean, Instagram just, you think about it, man, like a lot of these social medias haven't even been around that long. You know, like what Twitter hit in 2008, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I know Twitter's been around at least a decade. That's why I was like,
And then Instagram's still relatively new. One that kind of fell off, dude, was Tumblr. Man, it's like people was like,
Tumblr. No, Tumblr fucked themselves because they kicked all the porn girls off. That's a fact. Tumblr was popping because they would allow you. They were like Twitter, and they would allow a lot of those cam girls I follow on Instagram. They were all on there, getting buck wild on Tumblr and building up 150, 200,000 followers and stuff.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden, Tumblr says, we will no longer allow adult content on our platform.
They're trying to clean up their game.
So, okay, I just looked. Twitter was founded in 2006, March 21st.
Okay. So, yeah.
So you said 2008, so that's pretty close. And let me see when Instagram came, because I know Instagram's after, but I want to see when they came out. Let's see. Date launched October 6, 2010. Instagram. Wow. So yeah, so they got 10 years in the game. Mm.
Facebook was like what? So I know it had two or three different inceptions. I know that, but it's been around.
Facebook was a college. It was a college message board or something. Let me see when Facebook came out.
It was garbage early on.
Oh yeah, Facebook sucked because MySpace was lit though. I used to be on MySpace. That's why I met my ex-fiance. And she sent me a friend request on MySpace, and then we talked on the phone. You know, she was talking about she had met another dude, and he had kind of wild out on her.
Mm.
Facebook was founded in February 2004.
Oh, okay.
But I used to be on MySpace. MySpace was lit.
Yeah, it was definitely good for like musicians and, you know, creatives and stuff at the time. But it's funny, man. It's still around now, but it's like I don't even know what it's for. Like it's because everybody else, every other social media does basically everything MySpace tried to do.
Kel Roberts, what's going on, Kel? How you doing, brother? All right. Guardians of Erloth.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, man. It is.
I'm about done with this one, man. I'm just gonna do something for the background, and then I think it'll be a wrap. It turned out pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. Kel says looking forward to seeing Guardians of Erloth Volume 2 in print, which has your cover, by the way.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. And yeah. Yes, it does. But I know what you could put in the background, can't you?
I'm good, thanks. I'll find something.
Yeah.
Thanks, Antonio.
You won't accept my ideas. You
won't. No, I'm good, man. I appreciate it though. You've done enough for this.
Hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. But
oh, that's right. Yeah, but
I appreciate the good folks at Periscope for allowing us to continue this stream.
No doubt.
Since we got booted off of the YouTube
by a hater.
Yeah, well, like I said, yeah, I think I got a stalker. And there's a short list of people who I would think it would be, but let's see.
Sometimes, man, I have to consciously remember when I'm not doing pages, I have to constantly remember to add the flame of penance. I was like, oh yeah, he's on fire.
Yeah, I was wondering how you was gonna pull that off.
Yeah, it fit though. It worked. It's not distracting or anything else. I want to make sure it didn't take over and cover like a major part of the piece, but I think we're good.
That girl is a real crowd, please. Oh, girl, you know, help me. Yeah, there's someone he's flagged a couple of my videos. And so yeah, here's the thing. YouTube put out a thing letting its partners know that that because of everything that's going on right now, that they were going to be a little bit more on high alert, and they created a situation where people are abusing the system.
Big time. Because
they're like, look, some people aren't coming into work because of what's going on. And so if there is a flag, we're going to just act immediately and take the video down, and then you guys can appeal it later if something's going on or whatever.
But they aren't even like taking them down, they're deleting them.
And yeah, that's exactly the point. They're not just taking the video and holding it while they're automatically just destroying the videos and stuff.
Yeah.
So, I thought that's a little corny, but it's not just happening to me. People are using it as a weapon, and I was like, it's a little cornball. It's like I noticed, you go live and you could be talking about like baking cakes or puppies, and there's somebody that's going to be like, all right, let me flag that video.
Right. Like
that kind of thing.
You just doing that it's just weird. Especially since it happened like 3 times all together with me, since we both were streaming together, man. It was like really?
But that's what I'm saying. All we're doing is drawing. All Caden's drawing, and we just shooting the shit, talking about music and stuff. We ain't doing anything controversial. Right. And someone is, deciding, hey, let me try to fuck with Antonio or whatever. So I'm gonna flag it. But no, Strong NPC, we don't know who it was, because the thing is they just allow anybody to do it.
Yeah, and trace them.
Yeah, so it's like you can flag a video anonymously.
Yeah, I bet that would change, man, if you could trace people.
Oh, yeah, put your name on it.
Yeah, it automatically added your ID.
I would love that. That would really.
That would cut down on a lot of that mess.
Yeah, I would really like that. That would make me very happy.
Crazy.
I am digging that.
This turned out really good, man.
Yeah.
Finalize it and figure out want to add something, because the original, of course, has this X in the background, but
yeah,
I want to do something a little different here.
Right.
I like drawing them.
Like
they're pleasing to the eye.
Yeah, I think that yeah, sir, you are a true master, and I think that's and I think you got the height right, because I think
he's in his alpha mode. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. When David is bigger, yeah, when he's like that, but like when he's normal David, he could still be just an inch or so taller, but I don't want him to be overpoweringly bigger than her, because he's already bigger than her, if that makes sense.
She's about the height of Melissa, right?
Yeah, that's how it should look. The way you do it with Melissa and David, that's the way it should look.
So you're what? You're 6'2", right?
I think I've shrunk a little. I used to be. I've got measurements of 6'2", but I'm like 6'1". I'm probably 6 now. It's like, because I didn't realize. I start hearing that. Oh, as you get older, your bones settle and you shrink or whatever.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they measure height wise, so she would be probably like my height to you. So I'm
Yeah.
I'm about 5'9", so yeah. So it's
Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah, that's about right. That's about
about between 5'8", 5'7", 5'9", yeah. Which is actually tall for a female. It's actually good height. It's a nice height. But
I love how you do the smoke, man. You need to do a smoke tutorial.
well, first you get it, no, Spencer.
But I've watched Ethan draw, and Ethan just, Ethan is obviously a master.
I learned a lot of that smoke and flame from him. Doing his looking at his Green Lantern types.
I love like when he do the trail coming from the ring and stuff like that,
bro.
It's like that's why I was like,
when I first saw that, man, I was like, mug. Like when I watched his shout out to Mr. Ethan Van Sciver, by the way.
That's a genius. I was like, that dude's a virtuoso.
He is. I'd still tell him. I was like, he's my measuring stick, man. As far as like skill level, man. Like if it can rock next to Ethan stuff, I'm doing good. I mean, I know he ain't the only person, because there's also a ton of other artists, man, that I like. I think it's Miko Sajin. I think that's his name. He does a lot of Valiant covers. His realism is oof. Dude, the name of Louis Rosa? Oka, I think that's the last name. Also another Valiant artist. So there's plenty of people, man. But as far as like being able to take a lot of detail on a page and make it coherent and not get cluttered, EVS definitely does an amazing job. I'll be blown away, man, because he uses like microns and stuff. Not microns, but the multi-liners. Like they're not even like, he doesn't even use like brush tips.
Well, see, that's the thing, that's why I'm excited. I'm excited for, like I said, I know Ethan's kind of busy right now, but when he actually breaks it down and he actually does the cover,
yeah,
I am excited to see what Ethan's cover for Way of the Gun is going to look like.
Oh man, dude.
Because there's a lot of people that's like, I would like to, I'm thinking about buying Ethan's cover, but I want to see it first. And all I have is the layout, and I don't really. Some people are like, you should put the layout up there, and I was like, I don't want to put the layout up there. The art's not intended to be seen in that form. It was just the layout.
Plus, it may slightly change, so you're gonna be like, well, that's not what was on the website. It's like, well, you know what I mean. So I mean, you definitely don't want to like, people like just wait. You'll see it. You'll see it, people. You'll see what he does, and I guarantee. I mean, it's an EVS cover, so you ain't gonna get crap. So,
but Ethan's cover is like by a mile. I'm when you showed me the layout, I kind of told you an idea of what I wanted, and then I saw you did the layout, and right. I was really thrilled with it.
I'm just saying, like people. I mean, it's an EVS cover, so they know they're not gonna get trash.
That's why I was like, and the thing, I get it. I get it. You want to see it and everything, but I'm telling you. I have a vivid imagination, and
it'll be worth
the cover. Yeah, Ethan's cover, which is outsold everybody else, is like 3-1. Yeah. Ethan's cover is like that's Ethan's cover is driving the whole campaign. It's like
the anticipation for it, man, is and rightfully so, because if he does what I know he's gonna do on it, it's gonna be worth the pay. For sure.
The second best, let me make sure I'm still telling the accurate story here, that your cover is the second best selling. But
the mystery cover.
The she cover, because the only place you can get the cover we haven't shown yet, which the only place you can get that is in the Mega Pack. It's exclusive to the Mega Pack.
Got you.
But yeah, we sold. Let me look. Matter of fact, I guess I should pull up the damn campaign. Let me do a screen share on that. And actually, the whole purpose of this is to kind of show these campaigns and stuff, and kind of what are you supposed to do, man? Let me see. All right, so
I'm doing my job, Antonio. I still love that Santa dude. That's crazy. Tribute to the. Oh, okay.
All right. Boogie in the butt, boogie in the butt, boogie in your butt, boogie. Oh no. Can you still hear me, Caney? Because it's
I can.
I don't know. Sometimes can you still hear me?
Yes.
Can I? Okay. My name is Luca. I live on the second floor. And so hold up. I know that I need to refresh because I know that is not the correct total. We have made a few sales while we've been doing the stream.
Right on.
And, making love to you was never second best. Okay. So okay. That's Ethan's cover right there. Ethan's cover. And that doesn't include the people that took advantage of the secret perk and got the discount. So we've sold about 140, 150 of those covers of Ethan's cover.
Crazy.
And then your cover, 29, 6 of Matthew Weldon's cover.
Nice.
Okay, so this is by far the second most popular out after yours. The Dark Santana from Rob Willis.
Oh shit.
And then One Fame. Yeah, One Fame with it. But here's the one. Fame, I wanna live forever. But there's She, which we got to hook up with Mr. Tucci. He had invited us on, so we need to set that up. I love Matthew Weldon's cover. Obviously, I have the original art framed up in my home.
Boom.
And then this is I am so happy with how this turned out. Obviously, Rob Willis doing the damn thing.
Yes, sir.
The colors on this by Icarus.
Yes.
And then obviously here
to Icarus
is this is from Mr. Demetrius Miller. And with a layout by Kanan. And this turned out quite nicely. So we are very pleased and grateful for the support. But okay, so while I got you, let me wait a minute, hold up, gotta get this off. Got the naked stuff. Can't draw a porn. Hold up. Can't got the porn going. I'm trying to get I can get him to move. Oh no, it won't move. The page is locked up. Oh god. Trying to show something to you. No. Hold up. Well, let's see. Can I actually get? I hate when these high res because when you stream it. See the cursor locked in position. Oh, okay. Now it's trying to switch.
You got the JPEGs you can show instead of the high res ones.
No, I didn't. Yeah, that's why I loaded them. I preloaded them so that already, because I know with the high res it takes a minute to load up. But yeah, here's one page here, and then up there's some scheming and scamming going on, and then let me see. I can get, and then the new page. If I can get, wait a minute, that's the. Well, I don't want. Oh, here it is. And the mysterious Jehovah. And
Child of mystery.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. Now, wait a minute. I just noticed. Is she missing? What happened to the tattoo on the stomach? You got the little midriff. It's not there.
I can't remember if did I have her.
You got her.
Belly
button.
How far? I can't remember how far down was it. Was it that notice? I can't remember.
Oh no, we can. I think I had to look. I think it was right there on her.
Right above her belly button.
Yeah, but I thought. But I need to look at the. The thingy thing. If I can get this to work. Oh, did I lose Kanan? Did Kanan?
No, I'm still here.
With me, or did I lose you?
You're frozen.
Okay, I'm like, because it's like, well,
yeah, you was frozen. Get
frozen.
You can get the JPEG. If you get the JPEG.
Well, hell, I got them to load now, but
okay, I was saying it wouldn't
done it now. That's why
your RAM.
Yeah, if I had done the JPEGs, it would have been. I should have done that. See, Kanan, the JPEGs, man. This is the thing. But I like Amanda. She said the background dude is keeping safe from coronavirus. So, well, here's the thing. Now that the book is at least out there in digital form, well, I mean, it's printed in physical form as well, but now that it's out there and people are starting to read it and stuff, they know some of the, we've got obviously there was no coronavirus when I thought this idea, but seeing how some of the things that have happened in real life based on the coronavirus and how people are reacting to it, a lot of that stuff will be as the rain virus proliferates, it will it will seem very familiar, so I am very much looking forward to getting to that place, but we've got to get through Way of the Gun, and then the next book will be called Rain. And when we do Rain, that there will be a time jump in Rain, because we need to flash forward a few years.
Gotcha.
And add some age. We're getting to the point where Dawn and David are gonna where they're actually gonna meet each other, because when they in the next book after that will be called The Union, and that's where we have Dawn and David actually getting married and stuff like that.
Right.
Let's see, how many books have I planned? Well, I don't know how many actual books. I have story arcs planned. That's what I can say that. And sometimes the story arcs are so big and there's so much stuff that has to happen. They require, because I thought at first I originally thought I'd be able to tell this story in like 3. And then as the script kept going on, I was like, no, it's just too big. And so it's going to be 4, and now it's going to be like, I know it's going to be like 5 parts now. So, but also I would say that I'm also going to keep writing until people decide they don't want to read this shit anymore. I mean,
there you go, yeah.
So I don't know. So, what are we adding back there?
To something certain someone.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hints of someone.
Oh, it kind of looks like gaming.
Maybe.
Hold on. What was that song? Oh yeah. Man, I'm trying to think. There was something I was gonna start singing. My shattered dream and broken heart.
One last cry.
yeah. I'm ending on the shelf. Now I sit all
Oh, I gave my best to you.
Yeah.
You did for me to do.
One last cry.
One last cry before I leave it all behind. I wanna go
Put you out of my mind.
the very last time in my life. I guess I do. Yes, I do. I guess I do. Yes, I.
Hold up. Let me see. Let me do this one. Hold up. Let's see. Let's see. Tell me what kind of man would treat his woman so cold?
Oh, who's that? Shoot.
Treat you like you're nothing when you're worth more than gold.
Joe.
Girl, to me, you're like a diamond. I love the way you shine.
Yes.
$100 million treasure. I'll give you the world to make you mine. I'll put a string of pearls right in your hair. Make love on a beach.
Out in the rain. Baby. Yes, this man will do. Yeah. I don't know about your R&B now,
I'll
dude.
do it for you.
Man, dude.
I mean, when I first, matter of fact, you know that song. Actually, that was a song that wasn't on his album. I think they put it on his album later when they re-released. But that song was done for the "Don't Be a Menace in South Central While Drinking Your Gin and Juice in the Hood" soundtrack.
Oh,
I bought that CD, and that song was on there. And then that song blew up, and then they started putting it everywhere else and stuff. So
yeah, Joe was I think he got jaded with the industry too, man, as far as what they wanted him to do, and he just wanted to do his own music.
did you hear Joe's version of "Hello" from Adele?
Yeah, brother.
Oh, dude,
He killed that stuff.
Man.
I was like, and Adele's was good.
Oh yeah.
That mod, I was like,
they should have done a collaboration. I thought they should have re-recorded and done although I think I could have swore I heard on YouTube somebody took both songs and kind of did a thing and kind of meshed it. Hello from the other side. I love that, man. I was like, but Joe just kind of had this nice, like, somber tone in his voice, and
yeah, man.
But I love Adele. I was very sad to hear that her and her man friend broke up. Her baby father.
Did she retire, man, or she just like taking a long hiatus?
She kind of she does that. She seems like she takes little hiatuses, and then she'll be like, "Oh, I'd like to come back now."
Yeah, I know she's. I ain't doing none of the conventional, man. She's like, I'm running my career the way I want to.
And she should, though.
Yeah, she has.
I mean, every song, man.
Yeah, dude.
Every song, she has hits on every album. Yeah. Oh, was that a similar to your next lover? Treat her better. I was like, man, she was easy. Oh man, oh, I love that.
Adele is definitely a beast.
Oh my god.
That's man, my R&B roots run deep, boy. I love like true R&B. It's nothing like it.
This was all you, none of it in me. You put your hands all over my body. You told me I need you. Oh man, I don't know. I always had a crush on Adele, but it was weird. Hearing her, hear her talk, and she just
It's real thick. Yeah, man. Her accent was I really love your albums.
but she has some self-esteem issues, and she doesn't think that she's attractive, and real nervous about people seeing her, and nervous about performing in front of people and stuff like that. But I was like, man, it was just something about her, man. She just seemed like just a real chill, down to earth type chick, man.
Mm-hmm.
So
definitely not ashamed to let you know what she's thinking.
No doubt. So,
and yes, my friend, that is who you think it is in the background, the one and only.
That is fan-fucking-tastic, my friend. I love that. That is it's just missing a Charo on David's shoulder, and then that would be
got the bees in there, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like this B guy. I can't wait till it was like when we get to that point where it's Dawn, and and Dawn's at Everhart, and she's the lady of the house, and Charles annoyed by her and all this kind of thing.
She's not the same.
But yeah, I would just but yeah, man, that looks fantastic, man. You are gifted. Just
I'm gonna degrade a little bit of the edges of game in here, so actually add a nice little cool effect on him.
Yeah, so I am. I just like I said, I love this piece. This is fantastic.
Thanks, man.
And I think that will be very nice. It's the second printing of Brand.
I agree. Where's my brush? That's the only thing, man. You got so many brushes, man. It's like, what you want? Where's the one ahead?
I actually want you to draw a picture of David and Dawn just brushing their teeth in the mirror. I don't know why. I just want them. I don't know. This is the way I just see them like waking up early in the morning, and they got to get their day started. So they just get up, and I actually do. There's a print I want you to do. I'll have to explain it to you.
Okay.
And it'll be one of the backer rewards, and I think it'll be nice, and kind of have some idea. See, that's the thing. I think about this shit all the time. I have so many different ideas, and the people that's sleeping and
yeah, most of them are like normal. Every once in a while, we get the Santana in the money picture. It says Santana laying on his cash flow with Horace covering his crotch.
The prince actually, I thought the print. Wait a minute, they didn't show up till after you didn't get to see them, because they showed up. Did they show up while you were? No, they showed up after you left, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that was one of the last things I was waiting on. The bookmarks got here like the day or so before you left, and then the prints. So yeah, you got everything in, and so that's why I was like, when I've been packing everything and getting all this stuff together. So
nice. How the prints look?
They look not bad, actually. Matter of fact, hold up. Since we can actually let me take you with me, and I will go, and you'll see. I've got some more books in here that I don't want to. Let me see what I can. But I kind of turned the kitchen into the war room.
Okay.
Kind of packing a little bit here. Got boxes over here I've been packing, but yeah, let me. Okay, hold on. But there, hold on, let me put it on me. Let's see, there's one. And then, let's see. And then there's that. So I got everything like laid out on the table where I'm packing in the printers over here. And
right on.
Yeah, I just kind of set myself up a little office.
Okay. Good though.
Yeah, they're like little mini prints. And then let me see. Oh yeah, here's the last one. The Covenant. The colors turned out great. Those were printed by Mixum.
Okay.
And yeah, I got like boxes on the ground where I'm just making piles of boxes and stuff. But let me.
Everywhere.
Are you? Hold on. Yeah, let me take it off me. So I gotta go. Hold on. Let me talk to the people for a second again.
Handle your business, sir.
All right. I'll be back. What was it? Was that Spoonful of Lovin'? I can't remember who was the something. I can't remember the name of that group.
Oh shoot, I don't even know, man.
Well, we tease him a lot because we got him on the spot. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I listened to that on my Amazon Music last year. I remember I was writing and they had like sitcom themes or something. It was it was different songs, like Cheers. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Where people know the trouble are the same. You want to go where everyone knows your name. But they had all kind of. There was a playlist, and it had like or popular TV themes, and one of them was one of my favorite pieces of music, the Hill Street Blues.
Oh my God, bro!
Yeah, I mean, yeah, someone sampled that. I remember there was a rap song that sampled that. You know, like, don't worry.
That show was so good. It was almost like the prequel to Law and Order.
Well, it's a Stephen. Well, I'm trying to think. I think I'm like, okay, Stephen Bochco worked on that one. That was a Stephen Bochco. Stephen Bochco did Hill Street Blues. Stephen Bochco did what was it? L.A. Law.
Oh,
yeah, and then he did NYPD Blue.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
So it's like, yeah. So I'm trying to think. I think I'm trying to. I don't remember. I don't know if he's still alive. I'm trying to. I think he died, but I don't want to put that on him if I apologize if he is still with us, but I think he passed. Let me see.
LA Law, dude, that took me back, boy. Wasn't Corbin Bernstein on that show?
Yeah, on LA Law, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time I saw him, actually. Yeah, he did. He passed April 1st of 2008. So, yeah, he is gone. But let me see. He did Hill Street Blues, LA Law, Doogie Howser, MD.
Wow.
I used to watch Doogie Howser. And then, yeah.
You kind of tell, man, because the music were kind of the same, kind of the way he, not the same tunes, of course, but just it had his stamp on it.
But someone who also worked on LA Law was David E. Kelly. David E. Kelly, who's married to Michelle Pfeiffer, but he was one of the writers on LA Law, and then he ended up going and doing Ally McBeal and Chicago Hope, and one of a very underrated show that I still love, Picket Fences. And Picket Fences was incredible, but nobody watched it. It was one of those. I've seen every episode of Picket Fences. And it would win Emmys. Picket Fences was one of those shows that nobody watched, but it would win all the awards.
Yeah,
because they were like, this show is like the most. It's set. Here's the thing: it's set in this little small town. I think in Wisconsin. It's set in a little small town, and for some reason, things would happen in that town that would make national news. They would have like the Supreme Court and stuff like that. It was, but that show was incredible. One of the girls from Charmed, that's where she got her acting break. She was one of the three sisters on Charmed.
Oh,
it was Piper, and I can't remember. I don't know if you watched Charmed. I used to watch.
You talking about Melissa Milano's Charmed, right?
Yeah, it was Alyssa Milano. I'm talking about the original three sisters, Alyssa Milano and Shannon Doherty, and that girl, the middle girl.
Okay, I forgot Shannon Doherty was on there.
She was on, and then some people said she got fired, other people said she just walked away or whatever. But but I can't remember the girl's name, but that's where she started on Picket Fences.
Oh, okay.
And she was the daughter on that show, and it was I love it. Picket Fences was incredible. It's some of David E. Kelly's best work, I think, and I was really, really proud of it. Just enjoyed the show. Don Cheadle, that was the first time I saw him. Don Cheadle. Oh, really? Yeah. Although I didn't know, there's an old video from like around 85 or 86. I think it was Angela Winbush. And Don Cheadle was in the video as a backup dancer or something. He was in the video. And it was crazy because I saw somebody was goofing on him for being in the video. This video from like 86 or something. And it was like, and he's playing, it's like when you watch Bad and you see Wesley Snipes in the video.
Yes.
It was like, wait a minute, that's Wesley Snipes.
Hey man, I mean it's kind of like Cowboy, but was it Cowboy Bill from PB's Playhouse?
Oh, Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, man, it was like, whoa, it was like,
yeah. When you watch Pee Wee's Playhouse, you see, not to mention the girl. There was one woman. She was in the B-52s. It was.
She was. Yeah.
Yeah, the girl.
Yep.
And Cyndi Lauper sang the theme song. Get out of bed and pull yourself.
I didn't know.
Yeah, that was Cyndi Lauper. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're crazy and we went play out. Yeah. That was Cyndi Lauper. Cyndi Lauper sang the theme song to Pee Wee's Playhouse. So.
Jeez.
Yeah, man.
Fishburne was like, please burn that video.
Hey, people have tried to goof. I've seen him on a couple of talk shows, and they'll try to. He was Cowboy Curly or whatever, Curtis or whatever.
Curtis, yep, Cowboy Curtis.
And
how to play win?
Yeah, they showed that. They showed it, and he was like, "Hey, man, that that kept a roof over my head.
Yep.
They're trying to clown him for taking. It's just like, did you ever see Morgan Freeman on the Electric Company? I used to see him on the Electric Company.
No, he was on there. Yeah,
Morgan Freeman on. Hey, the man. Nobody knows who you are.
Yeah.
I used to watch the Electric Company all the time.
Nobody. Yeah, that was funny because that was like the first time I really. Because like I said, I was kind of the first time I kind of really paid attention to Spider-Man, just because we talk what 19. What was that? Early 80s. So I was still fairly young. Especially when the first Electric Company came out. But
yeah, but that's why I was like, yeah, Morgan Freeman was on there and Rita Moreno was on there. Rita Moreno was on the Electric Company and she had won an Oscar. Wow. And she was on. That shows you right there. It's like it kind of reminded me of what happened to Louis Gossett Jr. because Louis Gossett Jr. even said he does interviews and he said winning that Oscar, he won an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for Officer and Gentleman. And he said that was probably one of the worst things that ever happened to him because all the work dried up. And I remember he did an interview and he said he was talking to some producers and they was like, man, we really wanted to have you in this part. And he was like, well, nobody called me. My agent didn't say that you had made an offer or anything. And he started hearing, he had won the Oscar. So everybody's like, oh man, I was going to call Louis, but his price done went up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And
so they don't want to hire him.
You in a different pay bracket.
Because the truth is a lot of those actors, when they, especially, a lot of those actors, when they win the Oscar, they get a bump in pay.
Mm-hmm. Your pay raise, yeah.
And
rightfully so. I mean, you earned it.
Yeah, but that's what the reverse happened for Louis. His phone stopped ringing because everybody's like, well, shit, I won't ever be able to hire him anymore. And that's how you get a guy like Louis Gossett Jr. who's won an Academy Award in movies like Iron Eagle. He did like 4 of them. 3 or 4 Iron. I know he did 3 because I thought 3 was the one where they went to Russia or whatever. It's like Iron Eagle 3.
Easy though, bro.
I was like, the first Iron Eagle I think was
it was better.
Never say die, Iron Eagle, never surrender. You know?
Oh, those theme songs are so cheesy.
Oh man, like never surrender.
The person, the person they paid to sing it with all his might.
Well, it's like what was it? Stallone's brother, Frank Stallone.
Yes.
And they had what was it?
He kept him around though, man. He was in like the early Rocky movies and everything.
Was he actually? He probably did have a cameo, but I know he sang the thing because he was
singing in the alley. That you ought to know there are 2 kinds of love. That was him.
Well, he sang something else.
Take me back, do, take me back like a fool.
Was that him that sang "Hearts on Fire" too? Because I know he sang "Hearts on Fire." Oh no! Because I remember when he was in Russia working out. These, Ivan Drago. He's on these fancy ass machines and he's biking all this, and you just see Rocky like taking the axe.
So that was what you call it too. Oh, I know it was him.
Hearts on fire, strong desire. But I mean, he would always throw his brother a bone and like let him get a song in there.
That's what I said, man. He's been giving him singing work since Rocky 2. Rocky 1 and 2.
I swore that's him that sang "Hearts on Fire," but I might be.
I think that was another band, but he was on so he was singing in the alley.
But he sang. There was another song. It was like I remember they played it. Something state of the heart. It was like damn. I'm trying to remember because Frank sang a bunch of like weird theme songs and shit.
He had odd jobs.
Yeah, it was like no, and you remember his mother, was it Jackie Stallone? I thought it was. She was one of the owners or whatever of Glorious
really?
Glorious Ladies of Wrestling or whatever, Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. And
dude, he looks exactly like his mother. That's crazy.
Yeah, but Jackie Stallone, she was involved with Glow.
Mm.
And they probably just put her out. And I don't know if she actually was the owner or whatever, because I remember she was involved with that promotion. But I remember Sally the Farmer's Daughter and everything. They used to show Glow wrestling and stuff. Oh, man. It was cool, man. It was man, I need to Hearts on Fire.
No, I was saying, man, it's funny, like they get these like generic themes, and the people that sing them, man, like, you can tell like they're singing like with all their might in these songs. I always think of the dude that did the Pokemon theme song, the original.
Catch 'em all. You talking?
Yeah, dude, he's like, I want to be. He's like all into, and no one ever.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, dude, he's like passionate, boy. Well, like the Transformers, same thing.
I heard that theme song in Japanese, though. I remember, or at least the Japanese Pokemon theme song. You know,
it's way different.
Yeah, it's definitely different. When you hear like a lot of those like Digimon and stuff like that, you hear those when you hear it dubbed in Japanese, it's just the chicks have way higher voices and stuff.
Well,
like
that. I mean, I remember what was it? The original theme to like Dragon Ball is way different than the American one that you had, Dragon Ball. See, the other one's like, don't stop, it's like all happy.
It was like when I, trying to get into anime, and you start like going online and you're like, hey, if you're really into anime, you have to get the original Japanese voice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to listen to it in the original Japanese and everything. So like some of the stuff I was into was what they call Ronin Warriors, which you get all the Ronin Warriors is on Amazon Prime right now, which I didn't,
Oh, it is?
DVD sets and stuff.
It is?
Yeah, it was. I had it saved on my thing. It may be gone, but it was a couple months ago, and I thought I was like, but when you listen to it in Japanese, the whole vibe is different. It's like,
it is. Sometimes the story is completely different too.
Like, yeah. It's the Voltron is definitely different in Japanese because they had their story was about this lion god that got separated. That's why he got split into 5 pieces. And it was something they had a whole different. The whole thing was different, bro. And but I noticed what they do when they do like take I don't know how much of Ronin Warriors you've seen.
The whole series.
Oh, okay, good. So you know that chick, the woman, well, the chick with the fans or whatever, my Starship Armor, whatever my Starlight Blades,
Yeah.
She's doing the Starlight Blades, and so when she does that, when you listen to it in Japanese, even though she's being dark and evil,
it doesn't get the same.
And I'm like, what? But when they do the voiceovers in America, they go, okay, she's a darker character, so you need to have listen to the song of my Starlight Blades.
My favorite was what was his name? Anubis.
Quake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yes.
I like that they got a British dude. They got him to do like a British dude to be the voice. And
it was like, what was it? And what's it called? He'd be like, Rage of Inferno.
Yeah.
And then, my favorite, man, I think my favorite was Kento. He's my dude.
Kento, oh yeah.
Like,
no, yeah, Kento Hard Rock was my favorite. A lot of people liked Ryo or whatever.
Yeah, he's the main character.
Yeah, the main, but Kento was my favorite because I like that I liked his samurai mask with the half like the moon crescent. And his move was the Iron Rock Crusher.
Yeah,
Iron Rock Crusher. Yeah, oh, but Kento, because Kento was a fat one. Maybe that's why I identified with him. He was fat.
Well, he wasn't. He wasn't fat. He was a
little healthy. Come on, bro.
He wasn't. I mean, he was big boned.
Okay, I'm just saying. Let's be real. Just like they did the same thing on Voltron. They put
Hunk.
Yeah. What was he? He was he wasn't.
He was like the munitions or engineer guy.
He was a red lion. No, he wasn't.
No, he's yellow.
He was the yellow lion. Okay. They had he was a little husky.
Yellow. Pidge was green.
Pidge was green. I know Pidge was green.
Kai was red, I believe.
Red.
And no, not Kai. What was his name? Lance was blue.
Lance was blue, and then they got rid of Lance and brought the princess in.
Yeah, and then what was his name? The black lion. Well, they changed it near the I think was it Ray or whatever. I can't remember who, because they changed it.
But he had a red. No, well, there was a red lion driver. Huh?
Yeah, there was a red lion. He was. I want to say his name was Kai, but then he became the black or something. I can't remember, because I'm kind of getting him confused with the new version that we also watched.
Yeah, the new version where Black Lion Driver is gay.
Yeah,
he's got a boyfriend.
I was like, okay.
I'm like, but I was like,
yeah.
Voltron was my especially, and here's the thing. That thing was a little confusing because the way they did that show, they were real smooth with it. They didn't hit you over the head with social justice stuff, and then they start slipping it in. All of a sudden,
it didn't get bad until like fourth or fifth season. Man, it was like, like you said, it just started. I mean, same thing.
I go back to the first season when they revealed that Pidge was a woman. When they did that, I was like, uh-oh. But the show's still good though.
Well, it was just like Legend of Korra. The first two seasons were like pretty. It's pretty good. I mean, it wasn't like the original, but I mean, it was decent. And then they had that ghost year, and then everybody came back and they were older and stuff. She cut her hair and all that, and it was like, I was like, oh man. I mean, it's like different, because I think they initially lost funding for it.
Yeah, they didn't have it.
They came back and they had the funding, man, but it was a different writer and different director and all that stuff. So it definitely wasn't the same show. And so, it definitely got the social justice thing going on near the end, and it was just kind of like, oh, where's Aang? We want Aang back. Yeah.
Is this one? Let me put it on the thing here. Let me see. Is this the completed piece?
This, my friend, is the completed piece.
Right, let me zoom in on it a little bit so I can. I got the full screen on because I want to see.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Yep.
I'm digging that, bro. I'm
export this real quick and save it as a.
I definitely think.
Yep.
Yeah, man. That I think, Mr. White, you have outdone yourself, sir. And,
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not that easy being green.
It's not easy being green.
Yeah, you sound like it. Why are there so many songs about rainbows and what's on
the other side?
Rainbows are visions and only illusions, and rainbows have nothing
to hide.
We both know, and some choose to believe it. I know they're wrong. Wait and see.
That someday
We'll
find
it.
the rainbow
Connection. The love.
birds and dreamers and
Oh man, I love it.
The kids always roll because I do the young Kermit. When your room looks kind of weird and you stay here. Yes, you're right.
Oh God, hold up. Puppy baby, our dreams come true. Oh man. Hold on. What was it? Did they had that? They had that one song, rock it to the stars.
Yes, dude.
Dude, I used to watch that shit like, oh man.
Muppet Babies was the stuff, man. That was like, dude, all of them, man. See, I don't got cartoons. They cartoons like that no more, man. Like
they made the new version of Muppet Babies with like the CGI Muppet Babies, and it had like social justice in it.
Of course,
they got weird.
I know that.
To the start. But I remember watching. I loved, especially those first two. What, the Muppet movie, and then what was it? The Muppets Take Manhattan. I love both of those movies.
Yep.
And then even Muppet Christmas Carol. And they had the one with the pirates with Tim Curry. Remember that? What was that one called?
I don't even know, man. Like, there's been so many.
They Muppets in Outer Space and all these damn movies.
Pigs in space.
But no, I remember, dude. At the end of what was it? What was it? Muppets Take Manhattan, where Miss Piggy and Kermit got married.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, and it was like when they sang that song at the end, I got choked up. And I was like, because
I think it was a tribute to Jim Henson, wasn't it?
He was still alive then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't die until the 90s. He had cancer and stuff. But I was like, man.
Dude, they sang that joint at his funeral though, the Rainbow Connection, man. It wasn't a dry in that place, bro.
Oh,
dude, they were like, they had and his coffee was up there. I was like, dang. And actually, it even had Kermit, like the puppet. I think he sang it. And everybody was kind of like, wow.
I was like, oh man, that was what was that song? And he'll be all I ever need. I was like, now I'm gonna have to go on Amazon Music and find out the song. This is the stuff I listen to when I'm coming up with this bullshit. If people would be weird, they would be surprised to see what I'm listening to or whatever, to hear it when I'm listening to, when I'm like thinking of stuff and writing and things like that.
In this scene with talking about pink clouds is where I decided to blow up the whole building and destroy the whole. Like, oh, that's a different contrast.
Yeah. I'm the bomber with bombs at midnight. Do you remember that from the Tick?
Yes. That show, bro, was like the best.
Oh, dude.
Of the best show in the world.
No. Spoon!
Arthur, you have to take justice by the horns and not let it go.
No, the Tick cartoon was, and I love the Amazon. Like, they did the first one.
It was good.
The first, which I think is still available on Amazon Prime. I know it was the original Tick series that only ran for like 13 episodes or whatever on Fox.
Yeah.
And they didn't commit to the costume and everything. He had his face was showing and stuff. And I was like, it was what, Patrick Warburton from Seinfeld.
Yeah, Crunk. Yeah, he did Crunk, I think.
Yeah, from the Emperor's New Groove, which I love. Emperor's New Groove. I love that. He's the king of the world.
That was probably one of David Spade's best roles.
Yeah, I was like, dude, he was. And what was so funny? I was listening to the director. I've got that on DVD. I buy all those cartoons. I love Disney animation, and I bought I bought it and I listened to the director's commentary. They tried to, Sting was supposed to sing that theme song. He was he's supposed to sing the Cusco theme, and he said, I feel like I'm a little too old to be singing that song.
Oh wow!
And so then they got Tom Jones to sing it, who was like 15 years older than Sting, and killed that song. And Tom Jones killed it. He was like, Cusco, he's the king of the world. Ooh, Cusco. And Cusco's good. Like, I mean, that movie had everything. Had Eartha Kitt.
Yep.
That movie was great.
Yzma, right? Yzma. Yep.
Yeah, and I tried to
Timoth was in there too. He was the daddy. He was the older guy. He was the
John Goodman, yeah. And but no, I tried to take a date to that movie, and I ended up not getting laid. That was probably a bad decision.
It's kind of odd movie to take for, that's interesting.
I thought. I don't know. I like cartoons, and I wanted, I was like, hey, you want to go see this? And I guess she was looking at me like, dude, you like, at that time I was like 28. And she's like, 28 years old. You want to go see a cartoon? I was like, yeah, I thought it'd be cool.
We're never too old for cartoons.
Yeah, she was not. Yeah, it was not good, and it was not good. It was it was definitely not. I don't know. I know that, but still to this day, that tells me right up. Matter of fact, last few big dates from long-term girlfriends that I had, when they came over, I was watching cartoons. My let me see, my girlfriend before my last girlfriend, who I was also engaged to, her name is Stacy. But Stacy came to my house for the first time. We've been talking on the phone and texting, and she came to my house for the first time, and I had Tarzan on. So that. Yeah. No matter what they say. Yeah, I was like, I love that song, man. It's like that whole soundtrack. Phil Collins was on fire.
We are one family. Yeah, man.
But yeah, she knocked on the door, and I was watching. It was weird. We had Tarzan. I had Tarzan on, and I could tell she just wanted to hang out with me. She was excited to meet me and everything. And so I'm sitting there going, bitch, I want to watch Tarzan. I've seen it 50 times. Right. And so she's sitting down next to me, and I remember she started kind of messing with me a little bit. And next thing I know, we forgot about the movie. I was like, damn, I really wanted to watch Tarzan. So then when she left, I went back in the living room and turned the movie back on. I know that sounds crazy, but I was like, even though I've seen Tarzan 50 times.
It's one of the movies, man. One of the movies that engage you. I understand.
I love Tarzan. It was great. And then my ex Catherine, she came over and we watched Moana. And that was, we watched a couple movies. First thing we watched was Moana, and she loved it. So I was like, I thought I'd found, like I said, we got engaged. I was like, this is the woman I'm gonna marry.
Right.
Because she watched Moana. She didn't think I was a spaz for watching Moana. She was like, wow, this is great.
Well, I mean, I think that was the second movie I actually took. I think it was the second movie I actually took Lena to. The first one, our first movie was
Oh, that's your youngest.
Our first movie was the My Little Pony movie.
My Little Pony, My Little Pony.
Dude, hey, I'm a brony. I admit it. I think that's what happens when you have kids.
Well, I didn't even have kids, but
Team Rainbow Dash.
No, it was I had to learn. She had 2 kids and they were both young, and they still her daughter was like 14,
right,
and her son was like 6, and they like watching Disney. So but the thing would piss me off is they all had TVs in their room and they all had cable in their room. They would have all every damn, even in my bedroom. I would come in my bedroom and I done been at work all day, and I had to tell her, I said, look, baby, when I come home after I've been at work, I just want to sit down and watch Sports Center and shit. I don't want to. I want to watch. Yeah, when I come home and I've been working, I want some food. And so she started listening to me. I get home and there was a motherfucking plate of food in the microwave for me. She was like, hey, I got your plate. I was like, all right. So all I got to do is heat my food up, and then I can I turn on ESPN. Da, 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 da. So I was like, yeah, I just want to watch. I want to see the sports scores. I want to see that. I want to see what's going on in the playoffs and all this. And I just want to chill. And then, let me eat. And then she would be like, I was like, just let me chill out for a minute. And then you can, because she used to hit me. Hey, baby, this is going on. And this is going on. Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, baby, I've been at work for like 10 hours.
Yeah.
Let me calm the fuck down before you just start hitting me with shit. So she would like, okay. So she figured me out and she knew. She get my food and she let me eat and watch some TV and stuff. You need anything else to eat? No, baby, I'm good. Thank you. Okay. And then she would start hitting me with all the shit. Boom, so she let me chill out. Let me get situated first before you just start hitting me with Michael don't mind and Melissa's doing this and da da da, all this kind of boom, boom, and your mama called and she's nagging about this and your sister's about boom, 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 and I'm like, because Melissa's got a project at school and she needs $30 to do this and something, boom, 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 and I'm like, okay, calm down, let me do my thing, and all right, well, strong NPC, I appreciate you hanging out in the chat, and have a great night.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, man,
and appreciate you buying that digital copy. That was awesome. And but no, man, all that, like I said, she figured once we moved in together, and I said, baby, just let me get situated first before you just start hitting me with everything. Because she would just be like, this is happening and that's happening, blah, 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 blah. And I mean, hit me. I'm just like, look, I'm tired. My feet hurt. I need to soak, because I had to soak my feet because at that time I was working at MAPCO and I had to stand on my feet for like 10 hours. So my feet would look like elephant feet when I get off. It would like boom, boom, boom. And I had some Johnson's foot powder. I would soak. My mama told me about it. And Johnson's foot powder, it's beautiful. It works fantastic. So you get it and you just soak. And then once you dry your feet off and you start going, feet feel a lot better. And I've turned people on to Johnson's foot powder and everything, and they've come back. My buddy Tracy, he was like, man, that stuff really works, man. Thank you.
It's real.
I say, hey, it's called Johnson's foot. I said, you got your phone? I was like, order that shit on Amazon or you can go get it at the drugstore or whatever. But it's called Johnson's foot powder.
Yes.
Go get it. I was like, but they sell like a 6-pack on Amazon. I've ordered that. And he came in. It was a couple of nights later. He soaked his feet in this because he's like, man, my feet be hurting, man. I was like, I'm standing on this hard concrete. And we was up at Amazon, man. And those floors were unforgiving. Yeah, and me being diabetic as well, it doesn't hurt. Yeah, it's not good on your feet.
Yeah.
So I soak my feet and I be like, oh God, my And I told him about the foot powder. A couple days later, he was like, "Man, that stuff works great." Thank you. Like, man, that stuff is. He said, "I put that stuff on." He said, "It was so much better. My feet were so much more relaxed." Thank you. I was like, "There you go, brother." But yeah, all right. Well, man. Well, Kanan, I guess it is time to. It's time to end the stream. Ooh. Okay.
At the end of the stream dance.
Yeah, but yeah.
It was a good stream, man.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, there was like I said, I always enjoy doing these streams with you. And I really do think we should do a stream where
I want to do that, man. Like redesign some people.
Yeah, there's a couple. Matter of fact, we can pick. We can do like polls. We can do like Twitter something and let the audience. It's like who should Kanan redesign, and we'll do like a poll or something. And then when the characters picked, we'll do a stream and then you can that'll be the stream. Yeah. So I'll send that out. Okay. Well, give me some ideas. We'll talk about that. Give me some ideas of different characters, like 3 characters, and I'll pick them. And I can set up a poll on the YouTube, and I can set it up on Twitter, and we can we can vote because I am very curious to see how. But I have some ideas. I think that would be fun. And how you like doing your warm-ups and everything. But I mean, most of y'all that are gonna watch this either later when I upload it on YouTube or whatever, y'all know y'all know how to find Kanan, but Kanan, tell them how to find you.
You can find me on you can find me at Instagram, Kanan02 or 02, or you can find me. I'm trying to think of the places I'm on Twitter a lot more often than I used to be. So cap_white on Twitter. And I mean, I'm on Facebook too, but very seldom. And then I have a YouTube channel, but I'm not gonna promote that yet until I get it where I want it to be. So, but yeah, those are my 2 primary: Instagram and Twitter. So,
and you can reach me by railway.
Cross the border like an animal. We the Adams.
Where you get there, just get there if you can. There are hills in between us. Way too hard to. If I had my way. Oh man, I don't know why that just popped in my head when you say that. You can reach me here, but y'all know what it is. Obviously, appreciate y'all been watching on Periscope because Jackass flagged my channel. Thank you.
Yeah.
But as always, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and right here on this YouTube channel, everywhere is at Akari Press. If you type in AkariPress.com, it will take you to Brand Way of the Gun. Obviously, that's the man down there, Mr. Kanan White. We're on Teespring. We're on Amazon.com. The links to those are in the description, or they will be when I load this up on YouTube.
Right.
Thank you guys. We're over 12K on Brand Way of the Gun. Really appreciate you guys giving us that leg up and letting us, get started on creating the book because these books are not cheap. And this will give us the financial capital to build on. And then, as we ship these books out, it will grow and flourish. Boom, boom. That's it. Flat Earth is real.